What's going on?
Hey, what's hey, hey, good afternoon, Wooly. How you doing?
Hmm.
Hey, what's the up with Elden Ring? Am I right?
It's everything. It's
What's
everything.
up what's up with it?
Yeah. I'm having a very weird experience because of how our I'm playing through it and like what I'm doing with the offline online stuff, or should I say
Mhm.
live and off stream.
I
Um.
have wanted to talk to you about that for a while.
Okay.
I am fascinated by
Okay.
that whole fucking thing.
Hold up a second. I'm just gonna.
Apparently when you turned me down prior to the thing, I'm now very low.
So you were too loud in my headphones for the
I
for
think
the
that
system, so I'm going to turn you up in the actual stream, and that'll be the counterbalance, so it should be fine.
Yeah, usually what happens when I turn people down in Discord and all that, I have to turn down my own headphones.
So unfortunately, again, like something happened with the Discord update that just reset and changed a bunch of call settings.
Isn't that wonderful?
Always a fan of that.
It
So
wasn't Windows this time.
no, it wasn't.
You're off the hook today, Windows.
All right, there. That should be better. Cool. Um, yes. So basically, there's a no-win scenario in terms of like the length and the amount of time going into this and like what we can expect the LP to be. I know that it's been made well aware to me that like, I've been made well aware of the fact that it's like it's super crazy long, hyper turbo long game, and the way that I
Boy,
play.
is it.
Yeah, so I know that, and I know the way that I play things as well is not going to be conducive to getting through it as quickly as possible. And also, there's the fact that I'm, doing it with Reggie and all kinds of other little factors. So the discussion eventually led to one where I was like, okay, what I'll do is I'll just play offline, um, and I'll avoid what I think are obvious markers of like progress, and then I'll just record locally whatever I'm doing, and then keep notes
Whenever
of
something cool happens.
precisely. And so that's what I've been doing. And I've so far, like for example, since the first time I did it, it was like one day apart from the second session, so there was just a couple, like maybe like 2 hours of just like scrubbing through and being like, here, I saw this, I did that.
Right.
Um, but now, right, since the last time it was we played, it was Thursday. It's been quite
Yeah.
a few days, so that
Uh-huh.
that time builds up. Um, so what I've been doing is it's still capturing and cropping it into little moments, but um, yeah, there's a lot of like, oh, I found a cave. I'll light the grace at the entrance and not go in.
Right. And mark down that that is what you did. Because there's no
It,
your standard open world game would put a check mark or like cross it out or whatever.
precisely. So what I'm doing is I'm adding it to the favorites list on
Mm-hmm.
the map, and
Mm-hmm.
then I now have a list of like, here's a couple caves I found but didn't enter, and in the meantime, on the way to the cave, here's what I found, and I picked up an ash
Mm-hmm.
over here, or I found a shop over there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And then and then there's like points of interest of just like, I saw this thing, I don't know what it is, but I've made a note of it, and then yeah, that'll just be a little quick recap every time we sit down to
There's
play.
there's so much though.
There is, and I don't like it. This is the this it's and I think this is the most reasonable compromise for something that has no other solution outside of like, it's either that or I'll just have, or like parts of the LP are missing, right?
All right, so I want to talk. I want to get some. I want to ask you a series of questions to figure out what we're talking about
Okay.
here, right?
I just want to put forward that the explanation about how this is working out though is
Yeah,
currently fine.
yeah.
It's not an issue. So like as it is, I think this is okay. I'm not bringing this up in a, oh god, it's what,
Mm-hmm.
how do I fix this? It's, I think this,
Mm-hmm.
what I'm doing works. So with that being said, yeah.
So what is the absolute furthest point of, let's say, excursion that you have made
So far,
Yeah.
getting teleported. I don't know what you would consider like furthest
Okay.
point.
Basically, you start in Limgrave, and to your east is the ultimate shithole that is Caelid.
Okay,
Right.
so here's I can tell you the extremities. I can tell you the
Yeah.
extremities.
Give me an extremity of borders here.
Yeah, I have the borders and then I have the teleports. So there's the two teleports. There's the two teleports. One teleport was into the Eastern Forest, right?
Yeah.
That then I then took an elevator down to another
Yes, you
world,
did.
right?
Right.
I
To the
walked
other planet. Yes.
and I walked forward in another world for a little bit. I got out of that first zone, and then I got into a second zone, and then I saw a dead caribou, and I was like, "Damn!" Right?
Yep.
And then
Mhm.
a bunch of big like fucking Zod the Immortal motherfucker style horn dudes came at me, and then I got zapped, and that was that.
You,
Right?
you hung out in the Underdark for a while.
I peeked into the
Yeah.
Underdark. Sure. What may or may not be the Eternal City?
The Eternal City. That would be
Okay.
Nokron, the Eternal City.
Or something like that. Then I went, all right, I've peaked, so let me come back here. I went back and then teleported again to I got to the Church of America, Third Church of America, and then
Right.
I took the teleporter because when you're
You're
not
found that fucking thing.
not only did I find it, when you're playing a thing in LP format, you're not allowed to deny content, right? You know this.
Oh, I'll come back to that teleporter later. No,
You're not allowed. There's a couple thousand hands pushing you that say no, you must go. So I took it and then wound up in Brazil.
Yeah, so it's funny that you mentioned that because you and Paige both found that thing on your own. I did not. And that teleporter specifically, it's really tucked away in a deep little corner to the point where you get an NPC quest line, and it is the only NPC quest line that I have currently found in FromSoft history in which the guy says, I will mark it on your map.
Okay.
And a red check mark for its location appears on your map.
It gives me the feeling that things like that exist tucked away for people who are going to be new game plussing this and knowing exactly where they want to go immediately.
Oh, I can talk to you about that in a few minutes at the end of today.
I get the vibe. I get the vibe that, like, upon your second outing, you're like, get me straight to fucking Antarctica. And yeah,
they're also there.
This is going to serve as your double Mario 3 whistle.
In particular, that teleport also serves to the NPC that tells you how to get there. You find him once you get an item that you would trade in to the guy where you end up.
Okay.
So it's like, here's how you get to essentially this merchant.
Yeah, so I went to Brazil, and then I went, all right, get me out of here, and then
this place is horrible.
Right, and then I got to the round table, and then so I'm like, all right, back to Limgrave. This is crazy, and then as far as the actual Limgrave map goes, I am currently I peeked into the red sky zone up in the northeast.
That is Caelid.
Yeah, I saw the first like church there. Walked up to it, an invader showed up, and I was like, okay. Lit the grace, and then that's as far as the northeast I've gone. On the western side, I didn't enter the gates, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And then also there I found the bridge going across to Storm something.
Storm Hill.
And then it was guarded by the Pumpkinhead. And so I lit the first grace there, and then south, same thing, bridge to a zone that was guarded by the I guess the trebuchet.
Yeah, it's guarded by like a bunch of dudes on that bridge.
Took out the bridge, lit the first grace there. So that's it. Basically, I have first grace in on each of these extremities.
Mhm.
And then but Limgrave is as a whole like a chunk that's there.
So I have to say, like, there are more of those teleporters around. There's at least two in your immediate vicinity that uh, that will kick you to later parts of the game for either speedrun or terror purposes. Um, and they absolutely do feel like, hey man, you want to just skip the trip all the way out here? Go ahead and do it. They're great.
Hmm.
Replacing mimics with "I've teleported you far away"
Yeah.
is incredible.
I think I found another one and I
Hmm.
just straight up dodged it. I think
Oh,
I think
what? Yeah.
yeah, I opened up
Which one would that
I,
be?
I opened up a chest and some gas came out and I just walked away from it. I went no.
Which I thought you just said. I thought you just said that you can't deny people content.
This was not on stream.
Ah, was it? Where was that exactly?
In the lake.
In the lake? You definitely want to take that.
Okay. Well, either way, I didn't take it off stream, but
Yeah.
I know
Okay,
where
that
it
makes sense.
is, and I made note of it so that um, we can come back and revisit. So,
So like, I'm. Oh god. So I've been scraping, and a couple things to note. One is, I've never played a game where no matter hard I scrape, I can't scrape hard enough.
hmm.
Like, I was looking up. I was like, I never got the cookbook that helps me make the item that cures this poison effect. Never
Hmm.
got it, and
Hmm.
I'm done with the area in which I have to worry about that status effect. So that I'm like, that's weird. Let me look up where it was. Oh, it's
Right
right
there.
next to a Grace in
Yeah.
Siofa River. It is 10 feet away
Yeah.
from the Grace in Siofa River. I literally just didn't look to the left where it was.
I just picked up a cookbook with some anti poison shit that I was looking
Yeah,
for.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's
Hmm.
probably the one I'm
Hmm.
talking about. I went and got it 5 minutes ago before
For
the stream
me,
started.
well, one thing that I'm finding to be like, and like the first thing that I started caring about is okay. So, um, I'm giving. I guess since this is being recorded the day before we actually like sit down and recap all the stuff I've done off stream, like I
Hmm.
guess I'm giving a preview of what we're going to be covering
Ooh.
tomorrow. But like off stream, I also prioritize like before walking into unknown places. I prioritize cleaning up things we've seen but left alone, right?
Right, makes sense.
So one of those things included taking that. I'm just gonna call it a fucking Pharos Lockstone because that's what it is.
The
Um,
gargoyle keys, yeah, yeah,
stabbing that into the area at the beginning of the game
yeah.
and
Ooh, I
walking
love
down
that
there.
dungeon.
That's a fun zone. That's a pretty fun spot, right?
There's a lot of good stuff down there
Now
if you're willing to do it.
there's also some bullshit, including a bug that I have captured on camera twice,
Yeah.
where when you run down past the little bladed machine, um, by the way, well, anyway, you run past down by the little bladed machine, and then the little ambush guys are appearing.
Yeah.
In the alcoves, you kick one
Mhm.
down, and he teleports back up onto the alcove with you. And it's not an intended like magic teleport; it is a bug. He just suddenly reappears up there.
No, those guys teleport all over.
No, not a teleport with sound and appearing. That's what I'm saying. I know they teleport, not that
Yeah.
kind. A bug style. There is no graphic or animation. He just appears. That's what I'm like. That happened twice on
He
camera now,
misses you.
right? So there's the teleporting. That's the intended game he's spawning with the
Yeah.
visual and sound effect, and then there's this fucked up like, he just appears through the wall, and here he is. You know,
Did you get to the bottom of that place?
sure did. Found both fun things.
Okay,
Um,
cuz like the biggest fun thing that I found down there was like this game has a so it uses its open space incredibly well. It has the best like I don't want to do this right now. I'll come back to it later of any game I've ever played in my life.
uh huh.
And its map is also incredible at that because if you zoom in on the map and see any notable geometric anything on the map, you can look at it and go, I bet there's something there. And there almost invariably always is. But it also has the situation in which I got to that thing within my first day of streaming.
Okay.
So I went down there.
Was that your starting gift?
No, but once I looked at it and went, okay, I need 2 of these. When I have 2 of them, I'll come back and I'll go do it. So I went all the way to the bottom, ran all the way to the bottom. Oh, Shrine of Marika. Cool. I'll be able to respawn in this spot past this boss door. And then the game has a really excellent way to tell you whether or not you should be there at all. And that is when you hit the boss. So first of all, does the boss instantly kill you in 1 strike? If the boss instantly kills you in 1 strike, okay, maybe chill.
Consider chilling. Yeah.
But the second of that is when you hit the boss, does the damage you do create a visible piece of yellow on the boss?
Can you see the damage you've done? Yeah.
Because if you can, then you can. And I blew, I want to say 90 minutes learning how to do that, and was amply rewarded with something I used for most of my playthrough.
So.
It's good.
So, walked down there, saw that, and I'm taking that statue of Marika right outside the boss gate as a sign of difficulty indicator, right? It's the game.
There's a couple. There's the Shrine of Marika symbol under your health, and then there's the little summon tombstone in blue to your left.
It's like these are the clues for what you're about to do. You know, it's like, all right, got it. Walked in, and as we had in on stream, walked in and went, okay, this is just a bit of a wall right now, and I can see based on what I'm swinging and how it's going that it's a bit much, but it's not unaccomplishable, because on my best tries, of which there were 2, I got it down to half, right?
Yeah.
And I'm
then it does its second phase, and then
I was like, oh, okay, exactly, right? And also shout outs to the return of the FromSoft. I cannot tell what the animation of this creature is doing. The writhing and the things that make no sense, because it's not a person or even really. It's just it's a thing. It
doesn't have 4 legs.
Yeah,
it doesn't.
Yeah.
It took
hard
me
to
maybe
read.
30 to 40 attempts to be able to be like, he's doing that. He's doing that.
So, off camera, which we'll be visiting next stream, I went back down there. About 90 minutes, we do it, right?
Oh, it's definitely not intended to be tackled in comparison to its own region.
But here's the fucked up thing. I had literally a run that was basically Final Pixel Double KO-esque. And completely and didn't get it. I swung and got hit, right? And I was like, okay, but that shows me that everything up to that point was the right attitude and the right approach. And then kept at it for another set. And the one that counted was so fucked, because the I mean, whatever, we're just talking openly about this. So this is what's it called?
Don't worry, dude. The game.
No. I know. I'm trying to remember the name. It's
Ulcerated Tree Spirit.
Ulcerated Tree Spirit. Thank you. So when the Ulcerated Tree Spirit starts to activate its AOE, and you're like, well, fuck me. Here we go.
The room is so small.
Yep. It starts activating it, and I'm like in the middle of what I feel to be is a confident poise crush, and I keep swinging. And I actually get a crumple. So it starts the AoE, interrupts it with the crumple, and then I do the riposte. And while that is happening, the AoE goes off anyway. And something breaks. So it was like it might have just been the wrong moment, but the AoE was about to pop off, and then he crumples out of it, goes into the animation, but the ground says, yeah, the spell has already started. So then it starts doing the fucking whatever, the ground electricity shit, explosions anyway. And then he rips out of it, and then the AI just snaps and the boss just stands there.
Yeah, that's a win. That's a win.
I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Just
that's a win.
Complete unbelievable fucking bullshit. So anyway, you'll see tomorrow. But like, it was like, I'm like, I earned this. I got him down there.
You earned it, absolutely. 100%.
I got him down there. I don't care. But it was wildly like, okay, there are some issues here, and there are some moments where the game doesn't like it if you interrupt, you know? And then, yes, the reward for that is what appears to be a very nice Ash that I don't have the mind for. So I've now been building my mind out.
So I used Oleg for 6 of the 9 streams that I've done.
Okay.
And he carried me to wins that I did not deserve.
Damn. Okay.
And
yeah, I'm building for that. You have to commit though, because the build up
need 20 mind for him.
You went with what class again?
I went with Confessor. So I've been going Faith and Strong Arms.
What mind did you start with?
I started with like 10, 11.
Okay, because yeah, I starting with 12, and I'm looking at it go up each time, and I'm like, oh boy, it's gonna take a minute. You know.
So let's use this as a jump off point to talk about summons, right? Because this is one of the game's big value adds, and it's what I'm seeing a lot of people talk about in the game, both for and against. I think the summoning thing that they have added to this game might be the game's singular best feature after its open world and scale. It has completely replaced human beings with boss attempts for me.
And if that's what summons are for you, is like an aggro draw, then yes, you completely have that summons replace it. And furthermore, also NPC story quest summons, right? Now
they're also still there, yeah.
But these like personalized ones are they're a replacement for the multiplayer. I feel that.
I saw somebody completely nail it in chat. They said summons are not balanced at all, and that's great. And I will echo that statement. Summons look like they were added into the game and literally never received one balance pass at all. Okay?
Huh.
The reason I say this is because the summons that you are summoning are not a unique or designed thing. They are existing enemy types that are just having their targets switched to aggro enemy instead of aggro player. Right? That's it.
Oh, they're movesets, you mean?
Yeah, no, they are just, you are spawning in
an enemy. Okay.
It just happens to be on your side. Every single summon that you get is an existing enemy somewhere.
Okay.
Right? And you might not have gotten to this point, but you unlock an ability to upgrade them.
Yeah, you mentioned last time.
They have their own upgrade path all the way to plus 10. And at plus 10, they, in some cases, are stronger than you. I have 2 summons right now that, to those of you who have been watching my streams are aware, it's summons that you get from the Ronnie questline. And they can absolutely kill bosses by themselves.
Jesus
but
Christ.
They require significant investment. The summon that I'm using right now requires 162 FP to summon.
Wow. Can you use items to like buff your FP?
There are a couple, but you pretty much want to. If you're gonna be a caster, you might as well get it up anyway, right?
Yeah.
And the thing that I have with 162 FP, I've had it fight enemies and fight bosses by itself.
Wow.
And win. And on that is, in addition to that, you upgrade them. But in addition to that, if you have buffs that affect you, like I'm going Faith, so there's stuff like Sacred Vow, and it's like buffs allies. Also,
summons are allies. Okay.
Yeah, summons are allies. Like here's a 10% damage buff.
Wow.
And it's not balanced at all, and I don't care.
Because call Tarkus whenever you want.
Parts of the game are also not balanced at all against you. So it's fine. It's fine. Just don't worry about it.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Anytime I'm wandering,
incredible.
Anytime I'm wandering the overworld and I see that the fucking summon sigil pop up, I'm like, okay, I'm fucking tiptoeing. I'm tiptoeing because I don't know what's coming here. You know. That being said, though, can I just point out that multiple times I've had unnecessary clenches whenever, specifically like fighting that tree, where like a big old attack will pop off and I'll roll the correct way, do the correct dodge, but I'll hear the sound of one of my wolves dying.
Yeah,
and I'll be like,
oh, no,
yeah, and it's totally fine. That death sound has gotten me a couple times.
Yeah,
you know?
No, it's same thing with the horse. When the horse gets blasted and dies, it plays the death sound effect. But yeah, I've gone real deep on this. So the area past Godric is called Liurnia. It's the area we saw in the previews that has the big castle with the lake.
I don't think I remember, but anyway.
The area to the east of Limgrave is called Caelid, and the area that you were in, that you referred to as Brazil, is above Caelid.
Yeah, the grace I touched did drop that name. Yeah.
Cleared all of that 100%, right? And I am just now starting on the area of the game north of Liurnia. And I have found what might be this is easily the most non-linear game of its genre ever made. I have found four different ways to get to the zone where the capital is, including one that just teleports you straight there and skips like 2 zones entirely. It just you just go. You just go. Open. If you want to just go, you just go. You just go.
Something I guess I don't fully understand yet is the torrent life bar, right? Mm-hmm. There are consumables that you can craft to feed to heal.
Ignore those. If he dies, he'll just use a Crimson Tear flask.
That's what I was thinking. And that when I read the description of that, I was like, why wouldn't I just use a flask? But there was then I read some the comments about like this, you're missing out on something. I'm misunderstanding something about that, and that it's a really good thing to feed torrent or something. But I was just like, I just use an Estus flask and we'll be fine, right? Yeah. But anyway, okay. I just wanted to confirm that because there are some times where you don't get touched, you get clipped, but the horse takes all the damage. You know,
yeah, which is weird. That's a hitbox thing.
It is weird. But. Yeah, and then also exactly like if you take a sip, like the horse also heals up a little bit. So anyway, all right, just wondering if you were doing that. Oh, okay. I was gonna say when we're talking about looking for things or whatever. For me, one thing that was when I started actually paying attention to my crafting when I needed to start doing whatever flame paper. Right?
Yeah.
Like and
flame grease, it's called, I think.
Grease, yes, true. And so I built a couple, and then I was like, okay, great, I have enough. And then of course on the runs where it matters, basically I kind of created a system where I was like, if I can get the boss into its first riposte, I'll then light the fire up. You know?
Yeah, and then you smash them to pieces
and go to town with it. So then I was like, great, I used a bunch of my fire on that. Let's go find some more. And it says, okay, you can find resin root at the base of trees. And I'm like, cool. And I'm running past the base of every tree off screen for hours now, and I'm only picking up Rona fruit. And I'm like, what the fuck do you mean it's at the base of trees? I literally have not picked up a single one. So I'm like, okay, these descriptions of where to find them are they leave a little bit to be desired, you know?
Yeah, and then what you do is you type in Elden Ring root resin.
Yeah. And you find out that the area that is farming for that is further away than you're actually able to go. So
yeah.
But I did go to like an Erd tree, and I walked around, or the minor Erd tree, and I walked around it in the forest, and there was none there either. And I was like, okay, well, no more crafting for me.
This is like, so the wiki actually, I just checked, it says can be found in Limgrave. Not very helpful.
Fuck off.
So what you would do is you would load up your social media, or you would contact somebody who you know is farther in the game.
Yeah.
And be like, bro, I can't find root resin. Where do I find root resin?
So I was trying to dodge, like, again, videos and things. I was but I when I did a cheeky little Google did show that it's like there's an area that is past the storm gate. So I was like, all right, well, fuck it then. If it's past the gate, I'll ignore.
Basically, there's the reason why you have the little herb symbol that you can slap down on your map is so that like there's an area in Stormhill where there's like a little fireplace next to a grace that has like 10 smoldering butterflies just hanging out.
Oh,
and they'll just pop every time you sit down there.
Okay.
So if you want to take like literally 120 seconds, you can get like 40 or 50 of them. And then just sit on that.
So that's where you drop that icon. Yeah.
There's also an area to the very south of Mistwood where you can get a lot of blood roses, which is where you would get the bleed craftable item.
Okay, yeah, I haven't fucked with that yet.
So the reason I mentioned, I'm glad I was able to figure out a way to mention bleed. Have you fucked with bleed in this game at all?
I'm using the sword that the hound from the Everjail.
Darrowhill's bloodhound sword.
Yes, I'm using the bloodhound blade, and it is pretty nice.
So this is easily, as somebody who's gone through a lot of the game and seen a lot of what it has to offer in terms of like stuff like miracles and sorceries and these things, they finally totally nailed status effects for you in your favor this time. Bleed, the reason why bleed does so much damage is that it's percentile. It does somewhere between 18 to 25% of anything's health, no matter how high that health is.
Yes. And I've noticed that there's a fantastic combo that I'm getting, because basically now that I have that blade, I popped my dex up a bit, and then I put my staff in the other hand, and I found the sorcery trainer. So now I've got a glint blade in one hand and the blood blade in the other, and we're having fun. We're flipping around. And what's happening is a combo is being stacked up where I get a crumple and then riposte, and then come right back in with a couple of hits, and then the bleed pops as well.
And they explode.
So there's the fight is the first half of their life bar, and then the second half is like, and now you cash out.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
All of the statuses you can inflict on enemies are good. Poison's a little bit weaker, a little bit on the lower side, but Frost is excellent. Frost is absolutely excellent. It slows them, and they also take more damage when they're frosted.
Okay.
In addition to have a burst.
I only encountered one frost status so far, and that was jumping over the balcony at the round table.
Yeah.
And then that fucker came in and was frosting me up, and I was like, "Ooh, that's an interesting status." Yeah. So And it was both. It was that plus bleed, I think, at the same time.
Yeah, it's. Mm-hmm.
So there, and I'm assuming that there's going to be, of course, some consumables to like put that on whatever as well.
Yeah, you can find a Art of War that just lets you put frost on your shit.
And so, and here's the other thing: I lit my bleed, which has my blade, which has a bleed status on it. I lit it on fire, so you're getting both. So now, like those things don't have restrictions like they used to. You can put anything on anything.
No, the rule is if your weapon does 1 damage type, you can add a second.
Okay. Up to 2.
So I'm going faith, so a lot of my weapons already deal physical and holy damage, and I can't buff those.
Gotcha.
But let me tell you a secret about your bleed weapon. Did you know that you can take your bleed weapon and put blood grease on it to do double the bleed?
I was about to say, so when you're mentioning these roses, I'm thinking, yeah, stack that shit up, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
you're
on fire.
Bleeding dudes bleed in bleed. Like 2 hits.
Sick. That is really sick.
Now, bleed does have diminishing returns. Every time you bleed something, it takes longer to bleed the next time.
To build it up.
But, like, it's good.
I'm seeing the benefits. I saw the benefits on that tree, and I saw the benefits on those land octopus. Yeah. Like you get that nice crunch on the back half of their life bar.
Yeah. It's a crunch. The hemorrhage pop feels like a crunch.
It's a crunch. So because you're going faith,
yep.
Did you grab those fucking Protoss slashers?
The Cypher Patas?
Literally zealot blades?
So those things, the Wolverine for Jesus weapons, they require really high faith investment.
This one's for you, God.
they are a great slower backup weapon. They're legitimately very good. And the weapon art, which is just like a stab, it being completely unblockable and very fast makes it extremely helpful to kill other people with.
Picking that up and two-handing it was the first thing that made me go, faith, huh?
Yeah, they did faith real nice in this one.
How about that,
granted,
faith?
Sorcery
That's the first weapon I saw.
Sorcery has an absolutely stupid amount of spells. A lot of them are bad. A lot of them are incredible. Throwing meteors at people. There is what I can only describe as a Kamehameha.
Oh, I've seen. That's what I want. I've seen. That's what actually made me want. Like that's the thing that I saw the Enchanted Knight do, and I was like, okay,
yeah,
put me there.
The glintstone sorcery, the glint blade sorceries are all really cool. But just Faith actually got a lot of good stuff, and Arcane also got a lot of good stuff. So Arcane was originally very poorly understood when the game came out, because what would happen is you would put you find the ability to put blood as a status on your weapon. Instead of quality or sacred, it would be blood. But as you put your arcane up, the damage would not increase. So people thought, what's up with this? What it does is as your arcane goes up, the status build up increases instead. So you take a longsword that starts with 50 blood buildup, and you pump arcane to 45, and now it's doing 95 blood buildup per swing.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. I'm already wavering, and probably now that there's no weapon durability, I think Dex might yield me some results that I wanted the previous games to have, because my thing has always been these Dex weapons are cool, but goddamn, fuck this durability, you know.
So, Intelligence Dex has 8 weapons that are built for it very specifically.
Okay.
That are all excellent.
Yeah, I'm thinking that I'm about that route.
And in particular, you get into these great situations where, let's look at Moonveil, right? Moonveil is the meme katana you've been seeing around. It lets you do judgment cuts and dimension slashes. It is an intelligence katana.
I don't think I've seen it in action, but I did see a meme.
I sent you a clip.
Oh, yeah, okay. Right. And I did see a meme of a bunch of gray faces all going, so I spec'd into Moonveil. It's pretty awesome. So it's okay, everybody's using it as the...
That
Enchanted
thing's
great
great.
curved sword.
But the other thing that's great is that the rapiers and uchis that are for Dex Int also have just a native background bleed proc on them.
Okay.
It's 50, so you're gonna get one at some point.
So is it?
It's excellent.
So I guess then, because you again remember the Demon Souls Adjudicator Shield, Enchanted, yeah, and curved sword, right? Magic, whatever is, yeah. So
the you had the enchanted sword, but then you switched to the sacred long sword, which also healed you.
okay, and it's just like this is what a Demon Souls character looks like. So I've seen a couple folks running around, and I was like, oh yeah, I guess since that awesome Bloodblade is nice and early, a bunch of people get it quick. So I've seen a couple ghosts with it, and after seeing that meme, I guess this Moonveil thing is the it's currently the go-to.
Moonveil is the intelligence meme weapon.
It's the go-to. Okay.
So there's all that, and then I was really genuinely surprised to see. So did you kill a dragon at any point?
No.
Okay. So when you kill a dragon, you'll get a heart, right? And the heart is your shop currency for dragon spells, which have their completely.
You mentioned last time that's how you got the spell.
Yeah, they're their own tree, and they require a little bit of faith and a little bit of arcane. They are absolutely fucking stupid incredible. And in particular, one of them lets you put a I'm gonna call it toxic because I don't think you've encountered the actual name of it in game. But instead of poison,
yeah, no, shit, there was something. Well, it's listed as a part of remember the folder names, right?
mm-hmm.
Like there's like of the resistances, the first one is a category that includes toxic plus or includes poison plus something else, and it's like
it would be called rot.
Rot, yes, exactly,
yeah.
Rot. I have gotten rot resistant stuff.
So Scarlet Rot is what I'm gonna label as toxic. I think there might be an actual toxic status, but for all intents and purposes, it's super poison. And you can cast that on bosses, and it works. It works on every boss I have fought except for 2. And it will put a 50 damage per tick poison effect that lasts for like 3.5 minutes on any boss you want to put on it.
I mean, I'm assuming that all of these bosses of the fucking, dozens and dozens are each outfitted with proper weaknesses towards specific things and resistances to others.
Here's the weaknesses. Everything that you could consider alive at all is weak to bleed and rot. Things that made look like they're entirely out of rocks, they're not going to be weak. Maybe they won't bleed, maybe they won't rot. But that only factors into like 3 or 4 or 5 bosses that I fought in total. And the combination of those 2 status effects has led to the ability to kill shit way above your fucking pay grade.
Interesting.
There is a boss that I fought down in the pit of some tower that I would hit it with my sword and I got just the barest tinge of damage, just the tiniest tinge. And I beat it by putting rot on it and running from it and throwing lightning bolts when I was across the room, as the lightning and the damage ticks just brought it all the way down to 0.
Okay. What's the intel on parrying bosses?
It's so what weapon you got in your hand right now? It's a Bloodhound?
Bloodhound in my right. I got my staff in my left, and I switched to a decent shield. I forget the one. So
parrying bosses does work on a lot of them, but it's not worth it because it's so dangerous.
Okay, but it's a possibility. It is there is
yeah. Like you've seen Margit, you can parry Margit, right?
So certain attacks on certain things, but certainly not like a
Yeah.
universal. Yeah. Okay.
But it's usually a hell of a lot more cost effective that instead of parrying them, just jump attack them.
Oh yeah, no. I just for the sake of feeling cool.
Yeah.
For the flex, I just want to know that it's a thing that can happen. You know.
Yeah. How's your experience been in posture breaking bosses?
Well, literally, I remember. So the moment that I truly discovered Jump R2 was against the dude in the invader in the round table, right?
Mm-hmm.
That you jump the
Oh,
balcony.
he doesn't know. He doesn't know how to deal
At
with it.
all, and I was like, oh, this is the way. That's what really cemented in just how effective that is, because it's at the bare minimum on him a guaranteed stagger, a guaranteed interrupt of whatever he's doing, as long as you time it properly. And if you and the enemy both are in the air and you anti-air them, they drop to the ground.
Oh yeah.
So you get a full knockdown, and you can set up some wake up. You know.
So if you fought any of those trolls, those really big ugly guys, the gray ones with the lack of guts, I was fucking around with this and I noticed that like enemies always have a lot of sweeps in these games, right? A lot of full, let's say 270-degree sweeps around their character body. A lot of them in this game tend to be really, really low to the ground.
Yep, Sekiro.
Like suspiciously low to the ground.
Absolute Sekiro.
And you could absolutely hop them. You can hop ground pounds. You can hop sweeps.
Mm-hmm. The tree, the big tail swipe. That's how I was. Just save your stamina, get right over that thing. You know. Mm-hmm.
I feel like there's the map, which is the most intense map I've ever seen, especially because of how it lies to you. Now that you've been playing for a while, you now understand the power of the map's size increasing as you explore. Instead of most games that just show you the whole map right away, in this one you teleport somewhere and then the map just doubles in size horizontally.
Yeah. So I have to confess, like I did kind of expect, given what I hear and looking at the size of the map when you pull it up, I expected that XY axis expansion. The Z axis is what fucked me up.
Yeah, the Z, yeah. It'll get
That's the damage. That's the real damage.
As somebody who I believe I have explored all of the underground, there is so much more underground than it even appears. There's a lot of underground.
Yeah,
there's in particular, there's one moment in the underground I remember in which I hit one of those big elevators and I'm like, oh, finally. And it started to go down.
Yeah. like it's like a fucking 3-minute ride, it feels like. I mean, just like the lazy way that games would do that. Well, it's not lazy, but it's rather the asset conserving way is to walk into the shadow realm, you know? And it's like, nah, how about just more? And it's different, and it's just over there. Different. And it ain't the same thing. And you're like, fuck off. Yeah, fine.
I just like every part. There are some obvious minor complaints. It still has the occasional lock-on problems. I've run into a couple bosses that have been reused, but honestly, it doesn't really bother me. There's a couple weapons that are bugged. There's a couple armor pieces that are so bugged they show an invisible chest when you put them on.
Oh boy.
Like little minor things. But all in all, like I've been so thrilled to look at the map and go, huh, what's that? And go over there, and there was a thing there.
What also
just over and over and over and over and over.
What's been encouraging too from the vibe I've been getting is like, don't worry about making a bad build numerically. You're gonna get time to steer wherever you want to go.
You would have to because of the Ash of War system, right? If you're using a normal weapon that you can upgrade with normal shit and put an Ash of War on, right? Even if you botch it, you'll be able to switch it to a different damage type to get past the thing that you're dealing, and then you'll eventually just unlock respec.
That's really exactly, and between that and the ability to get respec, that's very, very. I'm very happy to hear that, because, like, it also, you know, cuts down on like that massive regret you might get from realizing something's wrong with the build, or and you're locked in at a certain point. Or, you know, even I'd say to some degree the amount of backseating you're going to get about like how your number placement is going. Like
the backseating on this one is really funny. It's depending on your audience, right? It's strength weapons are broken, dex weapons are broken, spells are broken, faith is broken, arcane builds are broken, bleed is broken, rod is broken, having too much health is broken, etc. Whatever you manage to make work is broken.
Deprived parry, buckler only.
It's broken. It kind of, and to a degree, honestly, it kind of is. Like it kind of feels like this is the Marvel of FromSoft games, in which you could do so much.
We threw it all together.
Stupid shit. Like the Blood Slash move costs like 10 HP to cast, and it does like 5 or 6 swings worth of damage, and it's this giant like mortal blade arc. Like, it's super good.
But because you want these cool things too, like the temptation to ignore my fucking HP and not build it up at all is high, because I want to do cool things more than I want to be less squishy. So my vigor is gonna fucking sit there, man.
I spent, out of 8 streams, I want to say I spent 5.5 at 15 health. And I got to a point around the end of stream 2 where every boss would kill me every time in one hit. Health gives you a lot of health per point in this game.
Okay.
It gives you a lot.
It's just like you want, like, don't make me, like, you making me choose between doing cool things and taking more damage. It's like I'm always gonna want to lean towards the cool
Wooly,
things.
I will send you.
But I know that I need to worry about that, and I am
Wooly,
concerned.
I will send you a document. I highly suggest that you bookmark this. This is an exhaustive, tested FAQ about where the stat breakpoints actually are.
Oh, that's nice. Okay. Because here's the other thing, and, you know, pretty good idea here. Shoutouts to Plague. He popped he made a thread on Twitter that was like, hey, people that are in the end game, what are your spoiler-free build regrets? Right? And I did see some people going, yeah, didn't give myself enough life, and then paid for it later.
Number 1, easy.
So I'm like, right on. I will keep that in mind.
Also, I'll give you a tip. If you find the skill Barricade for shields, think strongly about using a shield. Because Barricade increases like the guard reduction, like how much stamina health you take on a hit. It increases it by like 400 or 500%. So all of a sudden, a medium shield can take like an entire boss combo, no problem.
That's fucking sick.
And on great shields, it makes the stamina loss on block 0.
Damn. Okay.
0.
Okay. I mean, look, shielding, because of the fucking counter mechanic, already I'm enticed to always have one on me. So my end thing is just gonna be mixing and matching whatever is fun. You know, for some enemies, I'm gonna be going for that. For others, I'm gonna be just, spell sorting, and I'll just, I want to make sure
I have
the equip load to just switch to something fun.
I've respect 5 times. I'm still sitting on 7 respec items.
Damn.
There's a ton of them. There looks like there's 15 or such in the game.
Sick.
Like it's no problem. And one of the most exciting things to me is that the optimization process has started. The optimization process has been enabled by the bleed effect. And the current thing that you can manage is you can start your game and then rush your ass to torrent, get torrent, go get what's called a gold pickled foul foot, which is the get more souls item.
I've gotten a couple of those, yeah.
Go get a bleed weapon. Any bleed weapon will do. Then get your ass to Brazil, as you called it, and find a big enemy there that you just happen to be able to beat on without being able to turn around. It can't turn around to hit you, so just beat on its asshole for 10 minutes. Get 94,000 runes.
Jesus.
Immediately level up to level 34. Run to the merchant that sells you upgrade materials, because there's nothing that stops you. There's nothing that stops you. Get a unique weapon to +5. Kill Margit in 28 seconds. I put up a Twitter video of it. Run through, get Godric. Use an NPC quest line that only activates after killing Godric to teleport to an endgame area. Then use a bow trick to knock a high-level enemy off a platform, and he gives you 13,000 souls per 10 seconds. And then you get 5 million runes an hour. You can level your character up to 120.
What are we doing here? Why? What is this?
Then you use the secret teleport to get past the second thing and go to the end zone.
Look, man, if you're doing this to create if you're doing this because your goal is to create a fast forward PvP build and then you just want to PvP with your boys or whatever, then fine. What the fuck else is going on? I don't know. But like, Jesus, man.
So there's 2 parts to this, right? The first part is the part that I said at the beginning, use the bleed weapon to get yourself to level 34 right away. There's a really straight up reason for that. A lot of the cool ass weapons that people want to use for their playthrough, like let's take Moonveil, right? Moonveil's a really good example. Nobody has the stats to start using that at start of game. It requires 12 strength, 18 dex, and 23 intelligence. Nobody has the stats to do it, right? But if you do this, you get just enough to put it on and start using it in hour 1.
Okay.
And that's why that trick has become so popular at the very beginning to get to level 35, because it makes it so I want to use the Tree Knight Halberd. I want to use the Moonveil Katana. I want to use this blood weapon, whatever. But I can't because its minimum requirements are too high.
Yeah, okay.
The other one is I want to break this shit super hard, or in a position where I'm at, where I started at level 115, and I'm killing bosses that give me 1/10 of a level up. Because I explored everywhere. And I'm like, but I want to get faith up to 45. I want to get this up to so then you do that. And now my character's done. I can go beat the second half of the game with what I'm going to refer to as a complete character.
When you use weapon arts that are like a projectile, for example, like the one that's say like Holy Drive, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of really good projectile weapon arts.
Yeah, so those things, when you're on your last swing, of your FP, it goes away. But if you're doing stuff that is like a particular attack, let's say the backflip with the blood blade,
Yeah.
it still does it.
Yeah. But it'll lose its special properties.
Okay, so that's what I was gonna say.
So
right.
the flip that you're dealing with the Bloodhound sword, it has special properties. I think it has like fancy invincibility and extra bleed on it.
That goes away.
That goes away, but the actual movement retains.
Okay. Just wanted to confirm because I'm like, yeah, I would imagine you lose something. Right.
So
okay.
I'm about 88 hours in, and I'm at 80 hours on stream ish, and I feel confident that I have hit the halfway mark. And
with scraping.
Yeah, and then but I still miss stuff. I was talking to somebody the other day, and I'm like, oh, they're like, man, freeze is so busted. I'm like, that's weird. I never found anything that did freeze. And they're like, what are you talking about? This lake right next to this building that you were in all the time, there's a little scarab that drops a freeze move called Hoarfrost Stomp that can go on any weapon and just does gigantic freeze procs that you can use to cheese all sorts of bullshit.
So I'm getting the vibe that like ashes are the fucking Assassin's Creed 2 feathers of this game, right?
They're everywhere. And a lot of them are really good.
Like just nonsense things you encounter, footsteps on the beach, you know?
Footsteps on the beach, the scarabs, unique enemies.
Yeah, just wildly, just they're littered throughout the fucking game. It feels like so far. Those are your collectibles, if you would. But it's one of those things where I'm like, okay, test looks cool. Probably going back to the one I like though. You know?
Yeah. There's a lot of good weapons in the game. Like, it has the most amount of, oh dude, I want to use that in a different run weapons of any of these games I've ever played.
Have you been using the, I'm going to call it while rising attacks, because that's what they are, like Tekken while rising light, while rising heavy from crouch?
Those attacks were not properly balanced. So I had a great sword for a while that I was using. I was using a big Faith great sword. And you probably realize that what you can do is click in on the left stick and immediately hit R1, and you will do the while rising attack.
Yeah.
And on ultra great swords, that's a stab to the absolute maximum length of the weapon.
Ooh.
And it's really fast. And because you're using an ultra great sword, it does stagger. So on certain human type enemies, I was able to, for 40 seconds, just completely stun lock by just poking them in the dick over and over and over.
Okay.
There's just whatever you're doing.
Yeah.
There's a way to do it really good.
I mean, the fact that I put on 2 daggers and I put on 2 of weapon types, and I'm just like, oh, right, power stancing is free. It's just free.
It's
just
free.
have 2, and they're yours. And now do a jumping or running.
Yeah, jumping L1.
L1 double slash. You're like, damn.
Hey man, you want to do some shit? Put a second bleed weapon on your left hand. Just. I fought a guy in PvP that had double Reduvias. The blood dagger.
I was gonna say the blood dagger that I got. Yeah.
And I went near him and I swung and I just exploded.
Shit.
I just blew up.
And can you hold on a second? Can you like?
I ran double scythe. I ran double holy scythe for 10 hours. And it was awesome. It worked really well.
Can you coat with while you're dual wielding, like by just like pulling up your quick menu? Will that work?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I
You
guess
put
so.
on your quick item bar.
Yeah. Okay. The other
And
game.
also, you know the faith spells that would like my lightning, my weapon's lightning now, my weapon's blood now, my
Yeah,
weapon's fire now. Those require like shit for investment. You need 12 faith to do those, and I think that you said you were using the magic one. What do you need? Like 12 intelligence?
Wait.
To do magic sword, basically.
Oh yes, it was like no, I think it was like
it's
14 or so. Like
it's
it was,
like nothing.
Yeah.
Like,
And
which means that if you're running like even a strength build, yeah, put just a little tiny point to get the fucking buff.
and here's what's fucking sick, right? Swing. All my stamina's gone. FP swing costs no stamina. So on
Depends.
Okay, so the one I'm using that I got from the sorcery trainer, every time you do the glint blade, it doesn't have a stamina cost.
Okay, that's good.
So when I'm depleted, you just go more, like back the fuck up, extra damage in if you want to edge it out, you know?
Hey,
that is awesome.
You want to hear something really good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, summon swords is in the game. What used to be homing crystal soul mass is now literally floating swords.
Yeah.
There's two versions. There's the spell version, which is kind of bad, and then there's the one you can put on your weapon.
Oh, the weapon art.
It becomes the focus, and that thing is so busted because it does each of the swords does like as much posture damage as like an R2.
Okay.
Okay, so I used the unupgraded version of it, and I went and tested out on the trolls, and 2 casts knocks the trolls on their face.
Damn.
Okay,
yeah.
but then you use the item. You use the item that decreases the amount of FP your weapon arts takes by 25%.
Okay.
Then you get the item that gives you FP back on crit. So then you toss out summon swords, and it puts somebody into a posture break, and then you stab them, and then you get it back.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Honestly, it's really fun that like there's alternate versions of spells. Essentially, like you can do the non-int requiring version of an ability if you have ashes. Like that's a really fun way to play through the game if you don't.
Yeah, it's
if you're not playing casting.
Tons of cool shit.
That's really dope.
I've also found like you get what's called a wet blade. I think you get one at the very beginning that lets you put Ashes of War on, but you start to get more of those, and so you get to the point where you put on an ash, and you get to choose. I want keen, heavy, quality, sacred, blood, poison, fire, lightning, ice, etc. So even within the same move, you can pick depending. And what I found is that like I was fighting something, I forget what it was, but it was the ulcerated tree spirit, and my weapon did holy damage, which sucks because that's the native power of the ulcerated tree spirit, which is why I switched to bleed. But every now and then you'll run into like, oh, this one's really strong against frost. That's fine, just move it to fucking fire. Like that.
Put it back in and change it. Yeah, okay.
And then afterwards put it back to freeze. Like it's so like there's a couple things I'd like to see buffed, and maybe 1 or 2 things I'd like to see nerfed. Like there's a build right now out there that you do petrification status on people by being physically close to them. And so you literally just roll at them and they explode and die. That could use a nerf.
Yeah. I also saw like I might just become Darth Maul for a minute. Picked up a twin blade.
Video?
Picked up a twin blade, and then like I'm spinning it around, and then there's a little thing of like, oh, by the way, you can just make that a lightsaber. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, maybe you do that.
Yeah. So no, fun options are possible.
I don't know if you saw on the social media, but there was this thread that people have been passing around where the user experience designer of Battlefield and the quest designer for Horizon.
Well, that was on the docket, but sure.
Okay, but they're getting real salty
Yep.
about
Shade
Elden
is
Ring's
being thrown.
success,
Shade
and
is
it's
being
really
thrown.
embarrassing and unprofessional.
And here's the thing, like, it's not their fault that Horizon's timing was terrible and that the studio fucks them over, or rather the publisher's fucking them over with this horrible release timing. It's not their fault, but this is the wrong reaction.
Yeah, and especially, like, let's take the quest designer in particular. It's like the biggest problem here is that Horizon came out twice now, immediately followed by games that went, the open world formula is really stale and it's a checklist and it's boring. What if the open world part of it was actually just go do fucking whatever, man? What if it was that? And turns out people like that.
Now, there wasn't a giant, like, multi-part thread where they broke down the grievances, but it was just a bit of a snipe from the side, you know. And it's like, it will take your word for it, but not really, because we probably know what's going on between the relationship of these two games. And furthermore, of course, is your Ubi presents Elden Ring screenshot where there's a bunch of shit in there, which, you know, to be fair, some people have said, like, it hasn't been like this in a long time, you know.
Except if you look at a photo of Horizon, it actually looks just like that.
Is that what's going on? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's one of the reasons that popped up. And it's like the comparison between Horizon and Elden Ring in particular is really interesting because it's a focus of where, like, resources went. So I don't know if I brought this example up to you or I was talking to Paige, but stop me if you've heard it before. In Horizon, I thought it was genuinely interesting that when I went and did a side quest, I got a side quest from a guy, and it was uniquely voice acted.
The part where she reminds herself what to do afterwards.
And you go near a cave, and she reminds you, "Hey, oh, that's the cave," and then you go back to town and like, "Oh, I should turn that thing in."
Yeah,
and that's from like a far away perspective. That's cool.
I like that. But just don't keep playing it over and over and over. Like,
but at the same time, it's like I'm so sick of characters that won't shut their fucking mouth.
Right.
I understand you got a professional voice actor and you spent all this time on all these cutscenes for every single fucking thing in the whole game, and that's cool. But I'm just letting you know that I don't actually give a fucking shit about any of that stuff.
Now, as someone who hasn't played Uncharted, I missed out on what seems to be the largest examples of this, is what I hear.
Oh, boy, did you.
Yeah.
Well, you played Last of Us 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay, imagine if Ellie didn't exist, but there was still the same amount of dialogue.
Right, just to yourself. Yeah, exactly.
Right? That's the average open world characters thing. And it's like, I would rather like 2 extra dungeons with the amount of time that you spent talking to each other. Like, look at Monster Hunter. Look how stupid and pointless the story in Monster Hunter is. And how little anyone gives a goddamn shit, and what a waste of time it is. You know what I need, Monster Hunter? I need a text crawl that says that I'm going to go kill a T-Rex because it's keeping some dude's wife up at night when it's screaming 2 towns over, and that's why the dude needs its skull. I need the barest minimum context possible to go fight a T-Rex.
Yeah.
Hey, man, why are you going to go into that nightmare poison pit fucking swamp shithole? I don't know. Maybe there's something cool in it. That's good enough.
I do feel that this war of, like, Eastern and Western game design philosophies has been it's been in the background for at least 3 generations now. And, like, admittedly, some in-office conversations with, like, devs, programmers, and people that, like, do this stuff can get very fart sniffing. They can get very high and mighty.
Oh, please tell me more.
I mean, Just there
Tell
was
me what it smells like.
basically like there are times when let's just say me and or friends of mine
Yeah.
might have been playing certain Japanese games at lunchtime,
Right.
and certain, you know, like programmers, devs, and such would walk over and kind of openly criticize what they think is some bad design decisions or like confusing implementation of things. But for some reason, we were all loving it, and it was really cool and interesting. And and it's one of these things where, like, in this particular case, like the person then that was criticizing and like having this talking shit about like the design was then later on their own booting the game up in the cafeteria to look more at what this game was doing and kind of figure it out, and was like, oh, okay, and kind of like, you know, quote unquote got caught going back to look at it and whatever. But either way, the main thing is that this kind of little philosophy war that happens between the schools of thought is often decided when you see how the games sell, right? Like at the end of the day, there's a thing that says like there's just a thing of like, okay, but something is clearly landing with a game that is telling you a little bit less here, and people are still enjoying it, and they're still willing to go all in on this, you know, like maybe it's not as big of a deal as you think it is. And it's not to say that it, like, these features are not always helpful, but to die on the hill that says you must include these things, and anything that doesn't include it is just doing a bad job of communicating their game properly to their audience, is like, well, it I don't think the success of these games has proven that to be the case.
There's two ways to look at this. The first way is there was like a 5-year period during the height of Japanese games are just bad, from like the early 10s, that I kept seeing this fucking design maxim trotted out, and it made me fucking bug-eyed, where you'd see articles being written like, why does this game still have boss fights? Boss fights are just old-fashioned bad design. There's no reason to have them in your game,
Etc.
and like bug-eyed, like, what are you talking about? Oh, it's because Uncharted has terrible boss fights. Like that's literally what it is. But the second one is, I don't know if you saw, Gene was talking about it on Twitter, but he made a fantastic point. That'd be Gene Park from WAPO. But he basically says to look at Elden Ring as, this is a misquote paraphrase, so go check out his Twitter. He's cool anyway. But looking at design as like the perfection of the ultimate perfect design formula is like a terrible idea. And to use it, he said that if Elden Ring had been shown off right now and the Souls series didn't exist, it would have been panned by every focus group you could throw it at. It would be not picked up, just like Demon Souls was. Demon Souls, like, Yoshida fucking was like, this shit's trash, we don't want to publish it. The fucking, that owned From Software was like, fucking whatever, Miyazaki, just do whatever with this crap. Sucks. And it was only because a couple people over at Atlas were like, no, there's something here. And then that year it won GameSpot's Game of the Year, but was still widely reviled by everyone, including me. I fucking hated Demon Souls for like 8 months because it was fucking stupid and awful and had all this bullshit in it. But underneath all that stupid shit, there was this unique thing that only it has. And now we're all the way over here.
Yeah.
Like,
the game that was being shit on in the CAF that one time just happened to be a little something called Vanquish.
Yeah, it was Vanquish. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, Vanquish, that game's trash. Whatever.
So that's exactly it. There's just a very easily completely misunderstood thing, you know? And then that might lead to some anger, frustration, or just some lash outs when it's like, why do people like this? What is it? What's the thing?
that wasn't just your workplace story. There was a lot of people that I saw being like, this Vanquish game is bad because this, and it's like, it feels the best of any shooter in like 15 years.
I mean, so this, and it always just goes back to the God Hand story, right? It always just goes back to God Hand.
No, like, you just teleport back in time and go read that fucking review, and then go read the God Hand IGN review being 3.0 and just lambasting the whole thing is one thing, but then the editor's note that describes how everyone in the office hated it and they all thought it was the worst game ever, and it's like, that's just the cherry on top. Like, oh, no one in your whole office at the time had any taste at all.
Yeah. So it is true that, like, in a world that didn't have a buildup of prior FromSoft recent titles to prepare for Elden Ring and what it is, it would have absolutely been panned for these decisions. But I just think that, like, if you're coming at your designs and going and thinking that, like, every game should have these things and it's a must, it's like coming at film saying every film must include these types of devices, these types of scores, this type of direction and editing. It's like,
have you seen the state of film criticism on social media? Because it's exactly like that.
It's so ridiculous,
so awful. It's so awful. Every time I see people talking about a movie and then they say how it should be more like some fucking Marvel movie I forgot I saw, I want to fucking die.
So I just feel that, like, we're just looking at the next fucking step in this dumb idea war, you know, of these design philosophies, and in this particular case, it's how to take a crack at an open world game, you know.
I think my favorite part of this whole thing is that because of Elden Ring's super popularity, right? There are people that have completely dodged the entirety of From Software's output forever.
Yes.
Like, this is the first time.
For sure.
And just seeing those people just hit it like a brick wall. Like, why isn't this like a regular fucking video game? Is fascinating to me.
I am, though, seeing, to be fair, like, that, like, it's a hilarious thing whenever you get that response, like what the fuck am I even looking at? And it's like, okay, it's almost like remember the guy that, like, looks at DMC5 for the first time, where it's just got it, hype train, everyone's excited for this new thing, you don't know what it is, let's jump in here, I don't know what I'm looking at there, now I hate it, and the rest is history. There is absolutely also people that are jumping in for the first time that are going, like, I haven't come up for air in 80 hours now, right? Yeah. I didn't know what the fuck this was, but everyone was on it, and I can't put it down. So it is going positively as well for people who are jumping into their first FromSoft game and, like, fucking getting hyper immersed in this one. You know?
Oh, it's this fascinating thing where it's like there's the oh, I can't believe this thing is not fair, which is, you know, it's fun to watch from a distance, but it's not what I'm talking about. It's people normal ass people that are playing it, and they'll talk to an NPC, and the NPC will tell them to go. There's a lot of NPCs that will literally say the phrase, like, go find this person.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. That's the whole thing. In some cases, they'll mention, like, countries you haven't heard of. And you just like, what do you mean? Where is it? How do I know that? Why? Where? Tell me anything. No.
So, another game that I haven't played, but sounds like there's comparable elements here, and I'm curious to see, because it's considered successful, is Red Dead, right? Mm-hmm. You big open world, lots of side quests, lots of main quests.
That might be the worst comparison you have ever made in your entire life.
Okay, so I don't know enough about Red Dead. That's fine. I don't know. This is why I'm asking it, right? But because what made me think of it is, here's what made me think of it, was like starting out the game. I don't know how soon you get a horse.
In Red Dead, you get a horse like in the introductory cutscene.
Okay. So does anything in that game have any moments kind of like what you described, where you meet an NPC and then they kind of tell you to go to a town or something like that, and you kind of have to wander into it? Or is it really guided towards these things? Because again, I'm asking. I don't know. I haven't played it.
When you're wandering around, you can happen upon things in Red Dead, but the instant that a person or a human or anything occurs to you, the game will point you towards it, mark it, and then if you go there and try and do it in the way that the designer didn't design the quest to happen, you will autofill it.
Interesting. Okay. And
Red Dead is the most restrictive game I have ever played. And if you are cool with playing the part of Arthur Morgan as an actor in this video game, I can understand why people would love it.
Okay.
But I was constantly like incensed every time I would go to look around a corner in the wrong direction, or maybe I can run away from them here. Like the game would auto fail like right away. Like,
so
you are playing the part of an actor in Red Dead 2.
Okay. Because I'm thinking about hearing stories of people talking about wandering through the brush and coming across some bandits who've put a woman on the train tracks or whatever.
Yeah, no, that happens. They have some randomized events that will occur, and there's a good deal of them.
But they're just resembling other games, open world, like trigger events that you wander into.
Yeah,
but most of this is a hyper scripted linear thing.
It's there's a YouTuber called Nakey Jakey that put out a video. He's a cool looking guy. He sits on a yoga ball. He put out a great video where he just described him going through a sequence of quests and how he hopped on a bunch of roofs and figured out a different way into an area and got to a door and it wouldn't open because what he had to do was go to the street and talk to a guy and walk with them and talk with them, and then they would open the door. And it's like you must do it in the exact way every time.
Okay.
And it is one of the open world games that like I quit in frustration because I felt like I wasn't getting to actually play the game ever.
So that's still interesting to the comparison because like that's a huge popular successful Rockstar game that
absolutely
was like a lot of people picked up and loved, but the fact that it had those shackles on you was not really, I guess, widely an issue to I would suppose a casual audience, right?
Well, it depends on what you're looking for, and the weirdest thing is that because Red Dead comes from the GTA series, right? It has the same DNA, and Red Dead has 2 games in it: the open world game, in which you ride around, hunt things, shoot cops, upgrade your character, find stuff out there, have random events happen. That's one game, and that game's really cool. And then there's the other game where you talk to a character and it is a playable movie. Like they want to make cinematic games. Well, the way that they have done their cinematic game is that it is a film that you play a part in.
Okay. Got
and
it.
When somebody tells you to do something, you must do it, or else it will fail.
Interesting. Because that's just not it's not the way people talk about it, you know, and that just goes to show you how my perception from the outside was that this was a similar sense of you can wander and discover things, and that's why people are enjoying it. I never took it to be as linear as you're describing. That's hilarious.
It's fascinating because like the reason why a lot of people are fine with that is because the story is really interesting and it's like extremely well acted and the writing's pretty good. It's a cool cowboy story. And when you're doing that stuff and you're synced into it, it's a really cool cowboy story. But if you want to like it, basically your enjoyment of that is going to like hinge entirely on whether or not you want to go look over there in this particular moment. If you do, you're going to hit a wall. It might as well be an invisible wall, right? If you don't, if you are into playing the part, oh, it's going to be great. The story's going to be great. You're going to have all these cool moments because you're following the developer intention. I constantly just
Butted heads
slammed
with
into
it.
that wall almost every mission. Drove me crazy. Drove me fucking nuts. And if Red Dead Redemption 2 was a linear game with a series of missions that you did in a linear area, I would probably adore that game. If Red Dead Redemption 2 was Max Payne, I would love that game. And I think the story is great, and I think that the shooting is just fine enough for what it's doing, and it looks great, etc. But it's also combined with a wide open world in which the devs say, go anywhere, do anything.
But you in fact don't and can't.
Right. It's two games, and I really like one of them, and I really dislike the other. And I wish they were separate. Where when you look at Elden Ring, for example, it is also two games. It is an open world game that it feels a lot like Demon Souls or Dark Souls. And if you haven't done these yet, you haven't done Stormvale or Lucaria or any of those. Legacy dungeons. When you go there, it is not an open world game that feels like Dark Souls. It just becomes Dark Souls.
Yeah,
it is at like Stormvale and Lucaria that I've done so far, and what I'm going to assume is the capital, are just big ass Dark Souls levels. And then it changes into that.
Yeah,
the choice to just leave if you want.
And whereas what you're describing also applies to the GTA format, right? Where there's the open world, and then there's like walking up to the next quest marker.
There's a reason why a lot, like for me, the Grand Theft Auto series, like best game is still San Andreas, because you would get like, it was still a little scripted, but it was like escape or kill this guy, and you could just do whatever to actually do that. And then with GTA 4, when the graphics got really good, they were like, no. Get in the car and then talk with Brucey, and then you'll drive to the spot and you wait there, and then the guy will come out and you'll do a drive-by. And it's like, the hanging out with Brucey in GTA 4, if anybody even remembers that character, fucking rules. That guy is alpha. But like, I had way more fun parking my car in GTA 3 and then hopping over a fence and skipping a level and shooting a boss in the back of the head,
and just doing it yourself,
than I did going through these lavishly produced fucking story missions.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. So
and Elden Ring feels like a whole game made out of that.
Right.
Like, people, hey, did you beat it? Yeah. How'd you beat it? Well, I clipped my head through the wall and shot him in the ass for 40 times, and he got poisoned, and then he died. Sick. Good job.
Right.
Excellent.
Right. Which also reminds me of like almost like Fallout 2 things, that are stories that I hear, type of shit. Yeah.
I think the only thing I've seen in Elden Ring right now, in terms of a win's a win, that actually needs to go for real, there's a boss near the end of the game that you can figure out how to climb into his arena without going through the door, and his AI just doesn't turn on.
Doesn't turn on. Oh boy. Yeah, okay.
And I'm like, okay, that might be a little much, guys.
That's a bit extreme. Arrows through the fog gate. Okay. Yeah.
You just walk up to him and he just stands there. He doesn't do anything.
Yeah. No, I feel that whatever the, like, what you're describing as like a thing that, like, whatever people are getting like a steady diet of, I suppose, you just get used to it. So if you're getting a steady diet of, like, these overdone old Ubi formula things, at a certain point, I mean, I know I got tired, but like, that it's not gonna hamper the success of one of these games. I would go
many of those.
And I would go as far as to say that, like, if Horizon didn't have an Elden Ring in its way, it would make a huge difference in that game's success. Like definitely.
Like genuinely, I've played almost all of those types of games because I really like wandering around a big location. I absolutely love wandering around a big place and finding things. And in that context, to this day, after going through almost all of them, the two best ones to come out that follow that formula since Assassin's Creed 1, let's say, which was the beginning of the towers, is Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, because it's the first really genuinely super incredible Assassin's Creed game. And then Ghost of Tsushima all those years later, because you pick a point on the map and the wind points you in the direction, so you don't have to check the fucking map again.
Right.
Like that one feature puts Tsushima over the whole thing. Oh, and Spider-Man, because swinging
Spidey
by itself is incredible.
Yeah, swinging is the best. Yeah.
But like out of all of them, there've been like 40 that have come out. Like, movement feels really good. You get to not have to look at the map so much. And then Zelda, because you could do whatever. And now there's this. And it's like, God, please, God, Lord, make it more fun to explore the actual location. Climb the tower and see the shit and go to the shit and play a fucking side quest that is a type of side quest that will repeat itself. I'm fucking so tired. I'm so tired of it.
And also, once you stop moving and you get to the location, I mean, in this case, when in Elden Ring, you get to the location and you stop, and now you're still playing a Souls game. Like, it's the weapon choices, the build, the combat, everything you're doing is you got all that cool shit. You know, Breath of the Wild, you get to the location and you're playing Zelda. You know, like the thing needs to, like the basis of what you're doing as well, and how you're fighting in the combat and all that shit needs to be built on ingredients that are fucking proven.
Yeah, we had Breath of the Wild 5 years ago. I want to say, but we had Breath of the Wild many years ago, and it said, no, you don't have to make games like this. You can make them like this, right? And everyone went, wow, cool. And then nobody changed how they made games at all. And now Elden Ring is the design sequel to Breath of the Wild. It's the first one. And they went, no, look, you can make games like this. And hopefully some games will make their areas more interesting to move in.
Or the way you move to get to them.
Something.
Okay. Anything else of note?
Fucking no. Wooly, okay, here's a really good example of the hold that Elden Ring has on my heart. When I was streaming on Friday night, this was day 8 of streaming 9+ hours. And I got to about hour 6, and I started to do that thing where I was like, hey, I have to go castle bat poison, and like
brain out the ears.
Brain was bad, words no good, neurotransmitters used up. Right? Okay. Maybe don't stream Saturday. Gonna call, like, yeah, get coin. Exactly. Thank you, Bappity Jones. All right. And I'm like, okay, I need to turn this off. I need to stop streaming. I need to relax. You know what would be a really good way to relax? I'm going to start up a samurai and see how fast I can break market in under 2 hours. And the answer is pretty hard. And that was me. That was the way to relax from streaming Elden Ring, was to play chill out and play Elden Ring. That's where it's at.
All right.
Pretty good game.
Pretty good game. There you go. That's another all-encompasser.
that's a good game. At this point, honestly, like we're gonna talk about it next week, but all I want to hear is you tell me about the shit that you found.
Sure. Yeah.
That's all I want.
I feel like this is gonna be a big week because I've set up all of the like discovery zones, and then now I can just
bang out like 10 caves.
Exactly. That's what I'm excited to do, is to just teleport to the start and just hit them up one by one.
Those caves get way better once you get out of Limgrave.
Okay.
So in Limgrave, they pretty much usually have one floor. And whether or not you go up and down a staircase, like there's still only one like horizontal plane. The instant you leave Limgrave, you're getting caves that are like 4 floors deep. You're getting catacombs that loop back on itself, or you have to do bullshit around their elevators to progress. Like they become a lot more complex. Also, hello, kitty cat. Kitty cat.
I mean, you know how like that the tree, the ulcerated tree is like you hit it and you go, maybe, but nah. Let me come back in a little bit. The fucking double tutorial 8-armed whatever thing, like that is the hardest nope I've encountered so far.
All right. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about that room.
Because I think I have a strat down, and that strat involves not even fighting them.
All right, hold on. Let me tell you something about that room, okay? Because that room represented 3 hours of my life off camera. All right? Those are grafted scions, okay? Mm-hmm. They come down and they fucking sandwich you in there. And there's a cool item that they're guarding.
Yeah, got it. I'm just talking about the kill.
So the only way I was able to fight it, the only way was to drag them back into the fire trap.
Oh my god.
And the fire trap will do like maybe 1/5 of their health.
Oh my god. Wait.
But
wait, not the whole thing.
No. So you have to clear out the enemies. Then you have to drag just one of them back to the fire trap. Now you have to dodge all their bullshit and wait for the fire trap to hit them 4 more times, while also not yourself getting in the way of the fire trap. Okay? And then you do that to both of them, and you know what you get? You get nothing! Nothing! You get nothing! Okay? They are there to scare you and have you go into the pit to get to a new area. Don't fight them. Don't bother. Okay? They are worthless. You don't even get that many souls. You get like 2,000.
Oh man, okay. Because I put some time in, and I was getting it down to a point where it's like, all right, if we dance around the wall and don't walk too close to the pit, we won't aggro both. Because if you aggro both, it's over. So you aggro one, you keep your back to the wall, and then you only swing after the slam, and then maybe we'll get this done.
Yeah, no, what you do is you go down into the pit, and then the pit leads you to an elevator, which puts you to that outcropping halfway down the slope.
Jesus Christ.
Right? You fight an enemy there, he gives you an item, and then you take a bow out, and you actually look at the roof. You look at the roof of the path the chariot goes, and there's magic pots. And if you shoot the rope on the magic pot with good timing, the magic pot will fall and destroy the chariot, and then the chariot will be destroyed for the remainder of your runs. This was like a whole afternoon of my life after I fucking killed those guys.
Christ. Okay. So I got knocked down in the pit and died, but I didn't actually.
Well, there's a part of the pit you can fall into.
I saw there was
not.
Yeah, I saw there was stuff.
Oh, and you get a faith great bow for doing that.
But I never actually, like, Jesus fucking Christ, man.
That's the shortcut, by the way. The shortcut is falling down that pit and then destroying the chariot, so then you don't have to worry about the chariot. And then turns out, if you run all the way down and don't take the first right, take the first right with the archer in it, you don't take fall damage off that. So you can just sprint down, jump off, sprint.
That's my way down. Oh yeah. That's my way down. Is you not taking the fall damage, but then off the pit, past the 2 goblins, Oh my god. Oh Jesus Christ. Fucking hell, this game. Okay, alright. Alright.
This is just one hole in the ground!
At the tutorial level area.
Yeah. I think my favorite what are you talking about is I was talking to Paige and she beat Stormvale. She beat it. Right? She's like, she got Godric and she did it. And I'm like, oh, you explored all of Stormvale, right? She's like, yeah. And I'm like, did you find the giant face in the basement? And she went, no. And then I had to show her that there's a jumping puzzle in one fucking area to get to to the basement of Stormvale.
God. All right. Bathroom.
Yeah, I'm looking at people in the chat going.
Yeah. No, exactly. No, clearly. Well, fucking A. I thought I was done with that little hole. All right. Nothing, huh? Fucking Jesus.
Yeah,
all right.
Totally worthless.
Okay.
All right, let's take a quick break. I gotta use the washroom.
Same. BRB.
All right, we'll see you in a sec.
Okay.
Okay, wait a second. There's something else I need to tell you about Elden Ring.
Proceed.
Did you know that enemies take different damage from spells depending on if it's raining or if they're standing in water?
No.
Lightning damage does more damage when it's raining, but fire damage does way less. 'Cause it's raining!
I heard about the Firefly Night when the Erd Tree's glowing petals are around or whatever, and that you get more souls.
Yeah. Also, if enemies are standing in water, hitting them with lightning does an AoE on the ground. Because the water is...
it's water. Yeah.
Ah!
Does frost interact with water?
I don't know. It should. But...
Would they, get more stiff?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't used much frost. I'm gonna say yes. I'm just gonna say yes.
Oh, Elden Ring.
That's how you beat that fucking boss. God damn it. There's a double boss that you fight in a water arena that is just super strong. And it's immune to bleed, and it's immune to poison, and it's immune to rot. And I'm like, they're standing in water. You freeze them. You freeze them.
There you go.
Oh, this is I actually have a tip for you about the way like arts of war work. It's really important. If you have freeze on your weapon or you have fire on your weapon through the weapon art, the weapon damage on the art is not going to scale with your stats. It's going to scale with the weapon upgrade.
Oh, what?
So
That's
if you
separate.
So if you have a claymore, let's say claymore, regular claymore, and you put the freeze move on it, but you keep it like a regular claymore and you don't have any points in intelligence, which is the freeze stat, as long as you upgrade the goddamn weapon, it's still going to scale its freeze damage along with it. So it means you can get like damage types to super high damage that are contradictory to your existing build.
Does that apply to the base ability that it has and whatever ash you put into it?
No, it only applies to the move that the ash does.
Okay.
Like the scaling damage on the weapon's hits, that will take your stats into account. But the move that it does... So the blood move doesn't check your arcane stat. Lightning moves don't check your faith stat. Ice moves don't check
It checks how
stat.
upgraded the weapon is.
Yeah, which means that you could be going faith like I am and put a goddamn ice thing on your sword and it will do crazy bullshit.
But the sword that you didn't put an ash into that automatically has a special ability, that will rely on the stat. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, well, I mean, shit. Yeah, clearly that can... There's always another thing. It's the Columbo effect. But
just one more thing.
Just one more thing. Just one more thing. How did you know about the stab wound when the body was face down? Just to get it off my
must have turned it over. Well, you see, that couldn't be possible because the body was never moved a quarter. I love Columbo. I'm glad Columbo's having a resurgence. I used to watch Columbo when I was a kid with my dad. Columbo's great.
I've dubbed it because when I was finishing off Everhood, every time a finale would happen, then another finale would start. I'd call it the Columbo effect because the game is literally just going, just one more thing, And like,
Wonderful 101 felt that way. That game has 5 endings.
And it is interesting because like a lot of people did have some very interesting discussions on I'm gonna say the Everhood cast episode that we did, where it's essentially just like the second to last episode of the LP, where me and Reggie just sat down and talked it all through, a lot of people gave their like multi-paragraph takes on things, and it was interesting to read through people's interpretations. But the thing with that the Columbo effect in this game is that like it was treating characters as if you had fallen in love with them over the course of like 5 games, and this was your final goodbye, when really it was kind of just that one guy who changes his name every time you talk to him for lols. You know?
You mean like there's something like that going on in Elden Ring, where the game actually wants you to seemingly care about Millennia, and it's like, I played for 88 hours. I think I've talked to her twice.
And
I don't give a fuck about her.
The read on it is really weird when it's like you're having these really, emotionally driven, constant, like, finale after finale, when you're like, well, but I only spent X amount of time with you having 2 or 3 pretty meaningless NPC conversations, not Millennia. You got the name wrong, which therefore proves the point.
Sorry.
Proves the point.
Not Millennia. Listen, I have tried my best to learn Godwin, Godric, Godfrey, Radon, Radovan, Ronnie, Rana, Renala, Millennia, Michaela, Mogwin,
all right,
Melina,
enough.
Millicent.
Enough, man. Jesus.
Roderica is in there. Rigatoni? That's not.
Anyway, yeah. So it had that weird feeling, and like another person was guessing that it was like, after working on the game for so long, it could just be like the creators saying their goodbyes to these characters.
I don't know about that.
Because it almost
sounds like.
But
somebody
it's not
got to see how much blue-dicked Undertale skeleton pornography there is.
Well,
and they're
the thing is,
the people who play these games are freaks. They're gonna love these characters.
Well, but it just, if the person, if they were having the goodbye that they were feeling themselves after spending all this time making it and such, then that would explain why it was like so like drawn out in this way. But it's not. It's another example of like, well, yeah, but the player might not be there with you, so you shouldn't assume that they are. Anyway, the Columbo effect is I'm glad that's on point.
I love you, Columbo.
I did actually play a couple other things though. We played a little bit of FF6, got a little bit further. A train was in fact suplexed.
Yeah!
And apparently Reggie told me that when they first released it, they fucked up and had it so that the suplexing did not invert the enemy, and they had to patch it in.
It has to, dude.
Like, that's crazy.
Sabin has been legendary for decades because you suplex that whole train. So good. Can't even imagine what he's actually doing off camera to the train to flip it like that.
So that was pretty dope. And then I got to the Velt, and god damn, what a fucking bagger that plays alongside your hunting through the bush. And yeah, I basically just spent the last little bit trying to teach Gao those moves, because what a fucking interesting archetype, in that I guess now I understand like what the blue mage type is like about, because beyond this, I think my only other experience with it would have been like Kimari.
Okay, yeah.
But like the entirely enemy skill based character.
I'm an enemy skill materia,
and you don't control me at all. Yeah. I mean, Vincent gives you a tinge of that, but it's not really the same because he has
No, that game system doesn't account for it.
But like, yeah,
Quina does it, but I mean, I don't think you played 9.
No, but yeah, what an interesting weird thing where it's just like, okay, we'll pick what enemy you want to have on the battlefield with you, and then pick wisely, and then you will have no control. Hope it works out, you know. Yeah, but but like, yeah, it's fucking, it's great, it's excellent, and the discrepancy between the sprite art and getting a glimpse at Amano and what his interpretation was is the wildest,
it's always
craziest
pretty fucking
shit.
Funny. It's always really funny.
Yeah, so very cool. I'm gonna go just take a quick peek at Dissidia to see what they finalized in terms of like the interpretations on some of these things. But
yeah, it's really interesting because they go for the Amano art on all the default costumes, and then the alternates are their alternate color schemes. So like Terra is like blonde and mostly red and pink, but then you get like the much darker red and the green hair.
The green hair.
In her alternate.
Okay.
Or sorry, I mean Tina Bradford.
What?
That's her name.
What am I
Tara
missing?
Branford is originally Tina Bradford.
What does originally mean?
In Japan. In Japan, that character's name is Tina.
Really?
Yep.
That's a really drastic change.
Yeah.
Because
in Japan, Tina Bradford sounds like interesting and foreign, but then Woosley, how do I say it? Whatever. The guy who translated it was like, that's like a normal name.
Because Terra is like Earth implications.
Yeah. Get out of that box.
Wow. Okay. Did everybody get a name change?
I don't think so.
Because
she's the one that jumps out at me super hard.
Because Reggie was also pointing out that Cyan had a completely different thing going on where he wasn't listed as a samurai, and his moveset had a completely different. They all had different names as well.
Mm-hmm.
Also, you didn't pick them. He just had one bar, and you had to wait and time it out.
Wait, what is it now?
You just pick which of the 3 abilities you want him to do.
What? That's crazy. That's totally different. Yeah, you used to just click it, and then you'd have to wait. Wait, you know about Bart's, right?
No.
Okay, the Final Fantasy V main character, Bart's. His name is Butts.
Okay.
Butz. Butts.
What were they going for without knowing? What were they actually intending there?
Butts.
Okay. Because there's always a thing that's like, oh, what they wanted was a reference to this thing, or there was a movie, or you know what I mean? There's always like something where like, oh yeah, someone heard a name in a movie somewhere and they were a fan of this thing, and so they were going for that. You know? No?
Well, you know, Guts' name is actually Gatsu.
Yes, but then the other thing, but so step 1 is Gatsu, and then step 2 is here's this real dude that existed whose name was Gotsu with the O, I think it was. But like a Wikipedia article to some kind of old badass that existed, and like then that becomes the new.
I mean, Wooly, what do you want from me? Aerith's original name is a fucking ploy on Earth, spoken through a Japanese accent.
Yes, exactly. So
like,
so that's what I'm wondering is like, what was Butts going for?
Well, okay, I'll tell you. I do know what the reason was. So originally, Butts was named after the Aotans.
Got it. Okay. Gotts von Berlichingen? Yeah, I don't know if there's any truth behind it, but a bunch of people started sharing that link around.
That's like I've seen a lot of stupid translations crap in my life. I still like giggle at the absolute fucking stupid shit show with the attack on EO10s and all that crap. Oh god. The smugness. Oh, I loved it. It's so
But
stupid.
yeah, that's the dumbest. That's the worst one.
And then the manga's like, also this one is the Attack Titan. That's why the name of the thing is this.
That's I love that. I love that.
It.
It's
Oh,
that is
man.
my favorite thing. That is absolutely my favorite thing. The Shingeki no Kyojin. So
Oh.
So a couple other things, yeah. So FF6 is going good. And then yeah, just took a quick detour and played a little bit of Lab Coat 21 to see what was going on. And that's a fun character. That's pretty cool. That game is still cool. I sure hope it gets what it needs in the form of a edition,
God.
a rollback edition that includes all of the DLC. Lab Coat 21
I thought
and
that was a game.
Dragon Ball Fighters.
I thought that was a game. Like, because when you talk about fighting games, there's so many fucking stupid names that come up. I'm like, Lab Coat 21. What the fuck? Is that a bunch of scientists? Oh no, it's the Dragon Ball character. Okay,
it's Android 21 brackets Lab Coat is the name of the character. So, yes. Anyway, so give it the game, give it its rollback edition that includes all the DLC in a special package, and then everyone can be happy. And then yeah, went and played the latest Marvel mods, which have been, like I said, popping the fuck off. Marvel 3, the modding community, just going nuts with this thing right now. I described it before, but like actually putting a little bit of time into DMC5 Virgil it causes damage with the full move set. It actually, like, it was so hard to just unlearn everything and then try to apply this move set, which in order to be faithful to everything Virgil can do in DMC5 Special Edition,
that's a lot of stuff.
It needs to turn every direction plus a button on the stick into a different thing. You know?
That's a lot of stuff.
It's a lot. It hurt. It kind of hurt. But in exchange, I guess they kind of made him like a bit of a glass cannon because he's got so much shit that he just has to have less life. And like as I was popping
he's
it in,
DMC Akuma.
Yeah, exactly.
That makes sense, honestly.
And as I was popping it in, they updated it 2 hours prior, so literally even more shit was added to do better summon sword shit, and you can watch my brain melt live on stream as I try that, with that episode coming a little bit later. Too much Virgil can be a thing, but it was great. And they also replaced his music with Bury the Light, so everything's just fucking awesome with the Marvel mods.
Excuse me.
Monster Hunters is in the game. She's swinging that big ass sword around, and she's making fun of you for not even being G ranked.
Can we please just get another Marvel game that just adds the characters that Marvel Infinite had into Marvel 3?
That's what the fans are in the process of doing.
I know, but can we get like a...
I know, yeah, seriously.
And also take out all the Marvel characters and replace them with all the Capcom characters from the other Marvel games?
Hey, guess what? The conversation quickly steered towards Capcom versus Capcom.
I'll say it every time.
Every time. Yeah, so that stuff's coming up. Check out the Wooly Versus YouTube channel and on Twitch, where you can catch more episodes of Elden Ring, which I'm putting up in 1.5 to 2 hour parts, and so far it's keeping pace with our stream. I don't know if it's... I hope it's not too much, but it's the only way forward. If you do think if it's fine, let me know. If it's too much, let me know. But Yeah, this is obviously just the most of a thing that we've. Anyway, I'm like there can be such a thing as like too many hours of content coming out for and people to reasonably keep up with, but what can you do? It's the nature of the game.
How high do you want that part number to get is the real question.
I don't care if it goes above 99, but I'm trying to avoid it being so ridiculous.
The part numbers are the parts are like how long right now?
1.5 to 2 hours per part.
Okay, you probably won't hit 99 at that rate. But if you put it up in the regular chunks, you would easily sail past it.
Combined with off-screen, I think together we're gonna get a normal part number. I think we're gonna get a normal part number, because I'm like, anyway, this is the most like aggressive. This is the most aggressive we've been with like part sizes combined with me doing homework. So
hey, look at that, guys. This is the last thing I'll say about Elden Ring today, which is, by the way, a lie. I was just curious. Uploaded March 7th, anti-cheat toggler. This will enable you to bypass the anti-cheat and bypass any game updates revolving the anti-cheat and just turn the game on without the anti-cheat.
Are you serious, man?
That was fast. All right, Thomas the Tank engine replacements can start today.
I mean, of all the games you don't want to be invaded and dropped a corrupt save breaking item in.
So, I should mention, quote, using the old method, blah, blah, blah. It will launch the game using an old copy, blah, 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 blah. This will not allow you to play online with a modded client.
Okay.
So specifically, the anti-cheat workaround like forcibly disables the use of online. Like the actual mod itself.
Okay. I'ma just chill on console.
You know what would be a cool thing to check out? If somebody's willing to download and test this thing while we're talking, whether or not the game's performance massively improves.
That'd be interesting.
Wouldn't that be interesting?
Yeah. No, I'ma just chill on console.
I fucked around when I did the fucking around on a different character on PS4. I did it on the PS4 version on PS5. Yeah, I'm gonna play that version until the PC version is completely up to snuff. That is a locked 60. In fact, I wish you could just choose to play that version on the PS5 as the PS5 game.
I wish I could transfer my save down.
Yeah, me too.
Fucking hell. All right. So, yeah, this week on the schedule, the plan is, of course, more FF6, more Elden Ring, getting to finding games on Saturday, and I'm going to see if I can find a point this week to check out the Kirby demo, because there's a Kirby demo out, and why the fuck not?
Really?
Yeah.
Kirby and the Forgotten Land.
They put out a demo. Forgotten Land, yeah, that's the one. So, we'll see. We will see. Let's take a quick.
You gonna get a good mouthful on it?
I'm gonna get a good mouthful. I mean, I'm seeing all the mock-ups for like what may or may not be like. Well, I saw stuff that was like, is that official mouthful mode like packaging and or Switch skin or not? I don't know, but I don't want a Switch skin that makes it look like my Switch is partially swallowed. I don't enjoy it. Like it has changed anything that is like anything that used to just be like, oh hey cute, it's Kirby's face and a pink like wrapping paper on something. and now you're forced to rethink about what that is. That's no longer just a Kirby face on a cute thing, right? When I have a Kigurumi that is Kirby. When I wear that, that's no longer just a Kirby-themed Kigu. It is my body has been swallowed by Kirby. Like, it sucks.
So what you're saying is that if you like are struggling to get the Kigurumi on, it's like you're being vored by your own personal Kirby.
I am in fact being vored.
Just like, help! Oh, I can't get the.
And you can see my body moving inside,
being horribly swallowed.
Now there's only one. I don't know the answer. I would assume so, but the test is to find one of them and go, hey, you know how this didn't excite you before? Does the idea of this suddenly change? Because this Kigu didn't do anything for you last time. But now that mouthful mode has been introduced and you've mentally recontextualized what you're looking at, does that suddenly get you a little more excited about what you're seeing? Because if so, then the answer is yes, Pat. That's the test.
Why's Kirby got to be like this?
Blame Kumazaki.
Is that who I should blame?
That's who you should blame.
Okay.
Let's take a quick word from our sponsors.
Hey, let's do that.
This week, the podcast is brought to you by ExpressVPN.
Hey, ExpressVPN.
Had to actually use this last night because I was trying to watch a video and YouTube said no. And I was like,
YouTube.
haha, fuck you. I'm going to just press the button. And now I am good. Using the internet without ExpressVPN is like leaving your exposed laptop at a coffee shop while you run to the bathroom. It's probably fine most of the time, but what if one day you come out of the bathroom and your laptop is gone? You know?
That'd be terrible.
Yeah. What if some shitty 12-year-old is sitting there and is using what has become insanely easy hacking tools to jack your data, financial information, all that shit. It sucks. Every time you log onto an unencrypted network, you're at risk with all of that.
The unfortunate reality is that since this is a metaphor, you can't just run up and throttle this child because the child is actually a hacker across the world.
Literal script kiddie. Now, that being said, for me, it's just like, I want to watch the video. Stop telling me I can't do it. I'm going to press the button so that I can watch the video, and that's good enough. But also, there's other shit. Like, yeah, that child can't get what for.
You can't put all that creepy Kirby stuff on your computer while you're not looking.
Gigs and gigs of it. Damn.
Upsetting.
It's like, wait a minute. You already had a folder before they announced mouthful mode? Anyway, ExpressVPN will secure your online data. And yeah, you can check it out today by visiting expressvpn.com/superbeast. That's expressvpn.com/superbeast. And you can get an extra 3 months free. expressvpn.com/superbeast. Thank you, ExpressVPN.
Thanks, ExpressVPN.
This week, the podcast is also sponsored by Raycons, which, as we have many a time in the past told you, the age of wires is over. And those who do not submit to the new wireless world will be strung up with wires. They will find themselves...
Metaphorically.
The wires will be their undoing. Those who do not embrace the new wireless way will find a swift end because they're annoying, and untangling the wires in your pocket is terrible. Man, I remember the last time, a long time ago, I fucking untangled some wires. It was the worst. I didn't want that. You don't want that.
When the last time I remember untangling my wires out of my pocket was?
Mm-hmm.
Good, tell me, because I don't know.
There you go.
It was like a decade ago.
Yeah, it would be horrible if you had to experience that again. And you don't want you, nor your loved ones, nor anyone close to you, to experience the undoing that this horrible wired fate brings to them, right? You care about that family. You care about your friends. You care about those people. So embrace wirelessness. All right? Wireless earbuds specifically can get you into the fucking future. Raycon wireless earbuds, they got the best audio coming to you no matter where you are. You've got awareness mode to help you listen to your surroundings. They've got optimized perfect in-ear fits, everyday earbuds that look, sound, and feel better than ever. 8 hours of playtime, 32-hour battery life, and, Punch Mom continues to on a daily basis. Rocking those Raycons, doing a lot of work, especially at nighttime when sometimes my snoozing might get a little loud.
Mm-hmm.
You can cancel all of that noise out. So you don't have to pay premium prices for the quality that is just unaffordable. You can get half the price of other premium audio brands with all of the features I've described, and you can embrace wirelessness. And then you don't have to worry about, them finding you surrounded by wires. You don't want to be found caught up in wires.
Nah, man.
So right now, you can get 15% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/superbeast. That's buyraycon.com/superbeast to save 15% off on Raycons. buyraycon.com/superbeast. Thanks, Raycon.
Thank you, Raycon.
Wireless world order.
It also, by having no wires, it removes the temptation to accidentally kill yourself with autoerotic asphyxiation.
The choke jerk is too good, man.
It's, yeah, like, you ever, you see somebody die from it, and you're like, oh, man. Could it, maybe, no.
It must be the greatest thing ever. There's no way it can't be if you're going through those lengths. And then your family's got to...
It's like a 10% bump. It's like, what are you doing?
And then the family's got to come in and say that the ninjas got you.
Yeah.
That's how good it is. Damn. I
think I've inverted on my feelings on this. Like, originally I was like, it was always the thing of hey, if you find me in the closet and I'm choke jerked out and I'm dead, can you just take me out of the closet and put me on the floor and make it look like a heart attack? I don't know if I'm on to this now. I think I might be no. If I die of a heart attack, I want you to put me in the closet.
Oh.
And choke jerk me up, because that'd be funny.
There you go. Okay, lean into the bit.
That'd be funny. The final bit.
Tell you what.
That would look like a murder.
It would. The tampering. The tampering would be bad.
Look like a murder. Yeah,
it wouldn't be
don't
good.
Do that. But it'd be funny. Oh, I said this before. Oh no.
But either way, you definitely have to consider the damn, that choke jerk nut must be unstoppable. If they're putting it all on the line every time, it's got to be unstoppable. I don't know why you do it.
Maybe it's just for special occasions.
I can't imagine why you do it unless it was just life-changing, Maybe
it's just for special occasions.
Thanks, Raycon.
Wait, are we... thank you. We still doing the ad? I fucking zoned out there for a moment. I can't believe people skip these ads. They're my favorite part of the podcast.
Hey, man, listen, you want to talk about The Wire. Remember that Barksdale? He didn't even have to get the closet. You could fucking Get the door
The
handle.
door. The door?
Get creative with
Really?
the door handle.
Oh, come on. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah, but then you don't have, the cleanup is probably a lot easier. You just, you're right there, and nobody can come in accidentally.
I don't know if the cleanup's that easier, because if you choke yourself out with the door, that means you're sitting down, right?
Yeah.
And that means that when they go to push the door open, because you've shit yourself when you died, that means you're going to cause a smear.
Oh, for sure. But
Yeah.
you're creating if choke jerk goes according to plan, you're creating a blockade which stops them from opening the door
For a little bit.
so that you can again achieve those divine heights, which must be unbelievable to put it all on the line.
Must be all right.
Yeah. So that's what I'm thinking is like you can get creative even without the closet or the load bearing bar, like clothing bar.
I bet it is.
Yeah.
Bear this.
Couple of loads.
Did you see that fucking Kirby trailer that was literally titled "Take It All In"?
I sure didn't.
God damn it. The announcer's like, yeah, Kirby, take it all in. Like, I'm not joking. I'm dead serious. Unironic.
Thanks, Raycon.
No, we're out of the ad. No, the ad is over. Don't send this part. That's weird. This is the weird part.
We're out. Are we? Are we really? This week, the podcast is also brought to you. It's not my fault.
All right.
I was trying to get there.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
This week, the podcast is also brought to you by DoorDash. If you've got stuff to take care of that's time consuming
in the house, yeah,
you're going to be pretty busy, right?
Yeah, you are. Yeah,
you can't get. I mean, you don't have the time to deal with anything really. That's not priority number one. and priority number one might be a bit time consuming.
Yeah.
So you're going to work up an appetite.
Be delicate. Yeah.
When you work up that appetite, DoorDash is going to get you food delivered straight to your door. The door outside your house, not the door to your bedroom.
Yeah, that's right. And then like the usually the door you mark like, just drop it off, then they drop it off, they run away. You can answer the door or whatever cuz no one can see you.
Perfect, right? And then if if you've got a roommate or you're living with somebody, they can even go get your food from the safe drop off and they can put that outside your bedroom door.
Mm-hmm.
And then whenever, and so now that's waiting for you right there. So whenever
that means if you come out of your bedroom, the food will be right there,
ready to go. If you ever come out,
if you come out of the bedroom,
hopefully you come out, and if you do come out,
you'll be hungry if you do.
Real appetite worked up, big appetite, big hungry. So DoorDash is especially out there. They've got over 300,000 partners, choices. You got your local go-tos, your neighborhood favorites, and your favorite chain restaurants as well, all included. Tons of partners joining each week. You can, if you're not making it down there on a regular basis, you can keep these places going by supporting them with DoorDash and getting your food. And I'm telling you, man, sometimes you just find like, you're like, hey, I didn't think where did all the time go? Where
did it go?
I experienced lost time. It was 5 o'clock. Now it's 8 o'clock. What happened? Things take time.
Wild.
Things take time. It's kind of crazy. It's almost like you fucking black out sometimes. You're like, I don't even know where, But whatever. The point is
everybody's wispy. They look like ghosts.
The point is, nothing says love like when someone just can see you in the busiest state you could be in and go, oh, I'll just put your dinner right here, and they just rest the bag of your takeout food right next to you while you're busy. And that's what DoorDash can help you do. So for a limited time, our listeners can get 25% off and 0 delivery fees on their first order of $15 or more when you download the DoorDash app and enter the code CASTLE. That's 25% off up to a $10 value and 0 delivery fees off your first order when you download the DoorDash app in the App Store and enter code CASTLE. One more time, code CASTLE for 25% off your first order with DoorDash. Subject to change, terms apply. Thank you, DoorDash.
Thanks, DoorDash.
And lastly, this week, the podcast is also brought to you by HelloFresh. Because, again, I like to think sometimes maybe that I have the skills to whip up a good meal. But sometimes reality sets in, and I'm like, oh no, I can't do it that good. I don't know what I'm doing. I need an expert to do the work for me. And to figure out the proportions and the measurements and all the tasty ingredients to make a good meal so that I can get back to doing the important things in life. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's always nice. You know, it's almost as if, like, let's say you're really, really busy and, like, you're, like, I don't know, you're zoned out. You're just, you're it's like you're going somewhere else, right? But then the smell of, you know, the person you live with is of them making some HelloFresh. It might bring you back to reality. It might grab you from wherever you're going and be like, oh shit!
Oh, there's a nice dinner on my way.
It's right there. I should
do that.
I should wake up and eat. You know?
I should stop doing this.
And I should go get ready to eat. Yeah.
Because I don't want them to come in here and be like, hey, food's ready.
Oh, no. You know? Yeah. So you can get a ton of choices every week. HelloFresh is set up with tons of different recipes. They got fit and wholesome. Whatever types of diets you prefer, you can go through a huge list of customizable favorite dishes. Whether you want to swap out protein or sides, one for another, you've got all the options with the quick and easy 20-minute meals as well. And you're on average saving over $65 a month if you're dealing with HelloFresh, getting 72% cheaper than a restaurant meal for food of the same quality. So yeah, the options are limitless, and you're gonna need the food taken care of because you're busy. You got a lot going on.
Yeah, there's stuff going on.
Absolutely. So yeah, check out. You can go to hellofresh.com/superbeast16 and use code superbeast16 for up to 16 free meals and 3 free gifts. That's hellofresh.com/superbeast16 and code superbeast16 for up to 16 free meals and 3 free gifts. That's America's #1 meal kit, HelloFresh. Oh, and I also you get the little recipe card as well when they deliver each meal, so you can have a little quick reference for, like, you know, putting that together and making it if you order it again in the future. Because as if something's tasty, I know I enjoyed some of the chicken I got, which was full of protein and very, very tasty. So yeah, that's good stuff. Put the belt down, pick up the knife and fork. Thanks, HelloFresh.
Thanks, HelloFresh.
All right. What's going on?
Sifu patch! Sifu patch!
There is a Sifu patch coming, and it adds full Mandarin voiceover to the game. That's pretty cool. if you want to get
That is cool.
if you want to get yeah, the a full Mandarin dub of everything, though. I'm down to check that out because that you know, the feel of some authenticity should be dope there. Though I might be mistaken because as you know, I love to disclaim I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But if I'm not, I do believe that like old traditional Hong Kong kung fu cinema was Cantonese dubbed. And I think like you go back to like some of the classic Bruce Lee movies and stuff, and they were Cantonese dubbed as well, like HK Cinema stuff. So,
Man, I don't know shit about that.
yeah. So when I think I associate that a bit more with the whole like martial arts vibe, that style movie that you're kind of playing through. But yeah, and I think usually stuff that's Mandarin dubbed is more for the mainland release. Either way, that's a fun update. I'm down to throw that on.
Now listen, adding the Chinese voice support is really cool, but at the same time, who gives a fuck about that shit? They
Balance
changed
patches.
it so that your shrines save no matter what age you are.
Yay! Any balance updates to the bosses?
I'm seeing people in the chat say that they unnerfed Sean.
Sean is back. That's hilarious. Damn. Okay. Sean unleashed. Holy fuck. Has that ever happened? Has there ever been a nerf into unnerf combo?
I don't know.
I mean, it's happened to Ryu, but it took multiple seasons, right? Ryu got nerfed to shit and then came back in season 5. But the instant back down, I can't think of any examples of that.
Yeah, me either.
Often there'll be an overcorrection followed by a compensator. You know,
I mean, in multiplayer games, it happens all the time, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is too good, and then they nerf it into the fucking floor, and then they're like, okay, maybe we overdid it.
I guess the question is it actually old Sean, or is it like a new Sean that compromises?
It's probably a new Sean.
Between the two, you know. Interesting.
What? People are saying that they unnerfed the Doom Eternal DLC? Oh my god.
Damn.
Oh no, that shit was too much. That shit should have stayed nerfed.
I like it. I like the Sifu balances that we're seeing. I hope this continues to be a thing. That's fun. Yeah, so good reasons to go back and fucking play more Sifu.
It's a good game. You should play it. Take a 1-day break from Elden Ring and go beat Sifu.
So that dropped. Also, a couple other things were announced. Are you checking out this House of the Dead remake?
No.
Apparently, House of the Dead remake, April 7th. Pre-orders available on whatever, but meh, fuck that. Here you go.
What am I looking? What is the? Who gets it?
Switch eShop.
What? Switch eShop, huh? Wow. As somebody who absolutely adores House of the Dead,
That's why I bring it up.
I don't give a shit about this at all.
Oh, wow, okay.
And there's one really simple reason. Pointing with the Wii remote or any pointer is not the same as a light gun.
Yeah, it's not.
Completely
It's
different.
Gyro aiming is not the same as light gun aiming, for sure.
Completely different.
Mm-hmm.
The only way to play a light gun game is standing at a light gun machine.
Although, my experience, well, besides the arcade, was then like with a mouse cursor. So
that's real. That's cheat big time. That's
big dumb.
powerful.
Big dumb. Yeah. But no, there's apparently, yeah, they announced that they're making there's a remake of it. And
Like,
I mean,
I would much rather play Typing of the Dead remake than.
well, here's the question, right? If you're gonna look at a franchise like this, and arcades are no longer a thing, is the move to then actually create like a light gun style peripheral? But how do you do the screen? Like I remember.
I don't know.
You know what? Min is actually like an expert on this because Min loves light gun games, and I know he has done what it takes to get them running on modern TVs. And I think you have to, like, I forget what it involved, but you have to jump through quite a few hoops to get that working. But it is.
You need like an IR setup.
But you can do it, and I believe he did it before at one of his parties.
No, it should be Typing of the Dead then, because Typing of the Dead is way more fun at home than a not actually light gun thing.
Then they have to release a keyboard peripheral, right?
Oh right, this is the Switch eShop.
It's a
You
Switch.
should just play Typing of the Dead Overkill on PC. That's easily the best version of this.
What about VR? Would that work?
It's a lot closer. But it's still not the same.
Because it is gyro as well, but you're having the perspective difference. And you know, and there's, as far as I can tell, like the first person stuff, they seems like they're figuring it out between Half-Life Alyx and that other one with the aim down the sights thing. I forget what it's called, but it looks like you're in space.
Yeah, I don't know what that's called either.
Okay.
But I'm just like, I want a plastic gun, and I want to double hand it with 2 tokens.
But if there's no easy answer to that based on the tech we have,
then it can die.
Yeah, okay.
This is absolutely a I would rather have nothing situation, 100%.
Well, you know what? Fair enough, because I don't have that House of the Dead attachment, but like, let's say Time Crisis had to go through something similar, I'd feel it. So yeah,
you know,
yeah,
I played every Time Crisis
it.
game, and they fucking never top 2, not even close.
Which, you know, is fine, because that you can't make them anymore, right?
2's just so good, and the gun would kick back.
Because like Time Crisis is also, it's not just the fact that light guns are gone, but the complexity of the co-op cabinet with different perspectives is not going to be recreated at home either.
Do you remember the feeling of like any year past 2006 when you'd go up to a Time Crisis 2 machine and you'd shoot the gun and you were like, oh, it's not completely fucking broken.
It still works.
It still works like it's supposed to. Wow. Yeah. Oh, people don't even know. The Time Crisis 2 and onwards pistols were really heavy because they had a mechanism where the slide would kick back per shot, and it felt great.
Do you remember when you'd walk up to the Area 51 machine at the truck stop and just not even...
No. Walk right past it.
Because you walk
right
up to
past it.
That machine and the Cruisin' USA machine that exist at every truck stop, and you don't dare touch it because it is just... There is a film of STDs all over them.
And it's like, it reaches out to you and you're like, no.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
No quarter for you.
God, what was that Aerosmith game?
Oh, God.
Revolution X.
Revolution X. Yeah.
Oh, that game sucks shit.
Yeah.
Oh, man. That was the weirdest fucking thing in the world.
But that popped up, but that was still usually amongst other, like, legit cabinets. For some reason... Area 51 and Cruisin' USA would be everywhere, and I think it's because they were like $50. I think they were dirt cheap.
The cabs must have been cheap.
Anyway,
you ever get up to like a silent scope machine, and then you get a little too close to it, and you actually have your eye touch the sniper scope, and then you're like,
Now that being, I haven't. So the last Silent Scope I played though was Bone Eater in Japan, in Akihabara, and
That one was probably clean somewhat
it
regularly.
was quite clean. Yes, so I didn't have that issue.
Says a lot about it says a lot about Japanese or American arcades, where Tekken 5 came out and had that incredible feature where if you wanted to, you could come in and plug your PS2 controller into the cabinet, and Japanese players loved it. And I never saw a single fucking cab in North America ever actually use it because all the fucking ports were fucked up with peanut butter or gum.
Who wants to break your PS2 controller, your favorite PS2 controller, by having peanut butter get stuck inside the port slot? Yeah. Awesome. Brilliant idea though. I mean, fucking just, you believed, you put faith in humanity, and humanity said no.
It always blew me away because when you saw gum, you were like, oh, that was a spur of the moment decision. When you saw peanut butter in the cabinet, like somebody brought peanut butter to ruin this cabinet.
No, someone didn't eat lunch at school, had it in their backpack, went to the arcades after school, and shoved the sandwich into the slot. That's what happened.
That's the good old days.
Them good old days, indeed. Speaking of the good old days, there was a trailer dropped because Glover, the N64 3D platformer, is coming to Steam. And I know you 3D N64 era platformers were not exactly catching your attention. Because
I have heard only like moderately positive things about Glover.
I've heard so Glover's not one of the ones I played, but I have heard good things as well. The people I know I know at least 2 people that love it.
Like Glover's not like Quest 64, where like every single person I've ever talked to about Quest 64 is like, ooh, that fucking thing.
I know at least 2 people that are like, fuck yeah, Glover. So there's excitement around this. However, it seems like I don't have the full understanding of this, but it seems like the company that's bringing it back is being called out for some bullshit, because it seems like
some NFT shit.
Well, one, there's that support, but also in addition, there's the part where it seems like they have it's Pico Interactive, and it sounds like, according to just some Twitter threads I'm looking at, they have purchased the rights to unfinished games, and then they change those games themselves and don't release like the original that was purchased with the rights archivally.
Cool.
And then have like had arguments online about like, what the merits are of like preserving things as is versus them making changes to it. And then I believe that also leads to like I'm seeing hints at like them going after people as well who are trying to preserve the original versions of some old games. So it seems like the Glover thing is unfortunately marred with some shit that's going on.
I'm like right there. I'm like 3 or 4 pieces of bad news that I'm like, do you know that game cartridge is made out of baby seal eyeballs? And I'm like, yeah, okay, sure, give me the Xbox. I'm getting there, man.
Yeah,
but those fucking getting there.
Yeah, but they're ethically harvested baby seal eyeballs. Yeah. No, it's a bit of a weird one because I also don't. Again, I'm bringing this up without knowing really the full history of what is happening with the company, but at the very least, I would say that I'm down on just a basic premise of re-releasing something classic. I think if you like re-release a classic and put new features or build on top of things with visual options and such, that's okay. We've supported re-releases of things with new features in the past, so that in and of itself doesn't strike me as always bad, but it does suck if you're aggressively stopping people from wanting to preserve the original versions from whenever they were released.
Game preservation is it's so like actively attacked in a way that like film preservation isn't.
And I'll tell you why. Well, there's a lot of reasons why. Obviously, money, duh. But beyond that, but then there's the other part where it's like, because we're still in that like nascent period, you know, where it's like really video games have been around for a couple decades now, but it still feels like really 91 is the beginning of the shit that people are going to look back on with, you know, the post-Atari crash Nintendo era. And all of that is so close that you're not thinking about it from like the point of view of far down the line what you're preserving.
The vast majority of it in our lifetime.
Yes. Now, the importance of this preservation becomes way more evident as we go further into the future. And when you're looking at games that are 50, 60, 70 years old, you know, that you want to be able to show anybody, to have a museum of, to look back at any of this stuff and see how games used to be made, what, you know, like, and how like every aspect of them inside out. It just feels a lot more like, who gives a fuck when the game came out a couple years ago, you know, versus like long-term thinking. And people who can't think long-term are the kinds that'll just dismiss this and hand wave it and be like, fuck that. You never need to play it again. Pull the whole eShop down. Who cares? You know?
Buy it later, maybe, or whatever. I think the absolute height of the whole thing is Nintendo going, if you pirate Nintendo software, we'll kill you. And you go, well, could I buy it? And they're like, no, stupid. Shut up.
Perish.
Like, oh, okay. I'm gonna steal it then.
Well, now here comes. You opened up that ROM zip file, and here comes a hand with a gun, just pointing at you, like fucking JoJo.
Yeah.
And it's a zapper, but it's got real bullets.
Yeah.
Shit. And if you're installing
only remember. You know?
Yeah. And if it's an exe file, you've already fucked up. You're already mining for crypto. Too late. It's like, man, like Link to the Past is great, but my hard drive won't stop screaming.
That's weird.
Huh. Was it always like this back on the SNES? Did the SNES used to scream in agony? Anyways, a couple other things going on. Did you know? Breaking news. Everybody shut up. Amazon Luna has launched. The Luna has launched. Now available.
Are you serious?
Dead serious. It's out.
I didn't even know.
It's out.
When is it? When did that happen?
It happened yesterday.
Oh my god.
Now there's been invite-only early access since October 2020. So it's been happening in the background. But starting this month, Luna is out, and here's what's going on. And this actually is like, this is what I expect to see. So this is not your Google Stadia. This is your Amazon Luna.
Oh, this is...
So Amazon Luna means that if you're a Prime member, you get free games. Right?
DMC5 right there.
DMC5, top of the pile. And
that's... Hey, listen, if I'm thinking about buying a new controller to play with my cloud gaming service, let me tell you, the first game I want to play is the balls to the wall, intense, frame perfect action game, Devil May Cry 5.
I was about to say, I am so happy that such a perfect benchmark exists. You need to see games that you can immediately just, here's what you do. Grab that, someone who has the balls, because I don't, grab that Luna, pop open DMC5, and show me your perfectly timed judgment cuts. Show me them. Let me see them. And I want to know how that feels.
Hold on a second. Amazon.com/Luna Prime Gaming. Play free with Prime. Play rotating selection of games for free with your Prime membership, such as Devil May Cry 5 up to March 31st. Not available. Please log in with a US-based customer account to continue. Business, teen, and child accounts are not supported.
Well, there you go. US Prime subscribers, specifically. DMC5, Observer, Fogs, Flashback, and Immortals Phoenix Rising.
In what is absolutely wild, the first stream that is being shown on the Amazon Luna page for DMC5, it's his Hitchhiker modding Virgil bullshit on PC right now.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Like, like, don't show this on screen. It's got my bookmarks, but Wooly, this is what the fucking Luna page looks like. It's
Hell
fucking
yeah.
Hitchhiker.
Hell
with a
yeah.
Fucking like console prompt open.
Fuck mod the
Virgil bullshit.
Mod the shit out of that PC version. Showing off the Xbox controller.
God.
Hell yeah. Good shit, Luna. That's awesome. For the world to see. So that's it.
You know, it blows my mind because I gotta talk to Gene about this. You remember Gene was the guy who made the Destiny GIF at the Stadia thing where he just slapped the space bar and just fucking my god. If he's got any of these, because oh fuck.
Now that being said, I do like the fact that like you're gonna get so yeah, the idea of Prime membership giving you things like that, like here's a bunch of free games, like being a Game Pass kind of thing, rotating titles every month or so. That is one of those things that's like I can absolutely see just like someone who's like someone who's just like I want like let me just buy something for my kid to play, like here 7-year-old, play these games, you don't care what they are, after 4 weeks they'll, you know what I mean, just like a basically like iPad clickers type of shit. I can see that being, here's a controller, connect and play some stream games, you don't give a fuck about the responsiveness or any of that shit, and like that's the person who's going to be satisfied with this. Outside of that, just show me the Death Note like timer on this. I'm gonna call it 2 years.
Stadia lasted longer than we thought, but I feel like Stadia did this weird thing where they actually killed it behind the scenes long before they let us know.
But does it count if it exists as those who live in death?
Yeah, it does. Because, like,
if Stadia is amongst those who live in death, I don't know if I count that.
The way that I feel about it is the moment that it dies is when all the advertising just disappears and advertisements stop. And new announcements just completely stop and nothing ever gets announced again. Because for Stadia, that was like a year ago. That was right? So like Luna is they're gonna push it and you're gonna see it on your Twitch thing. And the day that I go to Amazon or Twitch and the little pop-up stops telling me to try Amazon Luna, is the day that thing has been given up on internally.
That's the actual life cycle. Sure. I want to see if there's a way to just gather that data to be like, how many of these sales are going towards like ex-Stadians who just believe, who carry the torch, you know? I think there's going to be a big Venn diagram of ex-Stadians involved amongst the Lunarians, let's call them. And then the other half is going to be a bunch of tired parents that are just like, yeah, okay, who cares? Play some games, leave me alone. Here's a controller, $5 a month, whatever. LUNAtics.
Yeah, I mean, it's right there, right? It's right
LUNAtics,
there.
yeah.
It's right there.
Yeah, all right. Rest in peace, Stadians. Long live LUNAtics. Damn, this shit it launched, man.
Oh my god. What an absolute. I didn't even know. When I typed in Amazon Luna, I got a bunch of articles that were like, here's what the Luna is going to come with in the future, instead of the Luna is out now.
Between the Google shit and the Amazon ones, like, I feel like, at least, as we said, like, if Stadia just existed as a labs project, Google is the kind of company that has the ability to just take these things and dissolve them into background research things, and they can be, you know, repackaged for corporate use or whatever the fuck. But like, Amazon's game commitments have all just constantly gone nowhere, and it's like, you don't even get that salvage, you know?
So I want to tell a story that just happened. I scrambled to Twitter while we were talking about this, and I asked Gene Park from WAPO, Gene, do you have hands-on with the Luna? It just happened. And he responded with, what? Did you find the Elden Ring secret ending? I don't know who that is. And I had to clarify that I meant Amazon Luna.
Perfect.
That's where the Luna is at.
And you know what else I want? I want to see, right, when it's all dead and buried, I want to see how many people subscribe to how many channels. Because if you've forgotten, remember that this is the streaming service that has the channel service scheme, where you can buy the basic best ofs of their main games or whatever for $5 a month, but then there's an Ubi Games channel for $5 a month, or a Capcom channel for $5 a month, and each company has a subscription of its own.
The Ubi Games channel might be the single shittiest deal I have ever seen in any subscription in my life. Here's what you get with it: Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Far Cry 6, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Ghost Recon, Rainbow Six, like all the Far Cries and Assassin's Creeds and Watchdog and all of them. And I'm like, you mean Ubisoft, the games that take like 800 hours to play and are boring? Good use of a monthly fee.
Show me how many people even bother, you know, with more than one of these services. Yeah. I think that, like, keep an eye on this template, I should say, because this is not just going to disappear completely. You're going to see this type of template again. If not with streaming, then with things in the future down the line that are more resembling of like Game Pass, you know? Like, I do see a version of these types of game, like gas applied to the entire consoles as a service, digital only, monthly membership, but not streaming. It'll be downloading it yourself, whatever the case is. But we can, but the subscription models and such, like we might end up seeing an industry that leans in this direction, and finds some kind of market. I think so.
It's like, I still remember what happened when I gave my nephew a fucking Switch. He said, "Oh, cool, a real video game."
Mm-hmm.
And like, listen, I'm gonna give one of these a shot in this house at some point with the fiberest internet of all.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be fucked. I've played PlayStation Now, and there's like a full second of latency on every button press. It's fucking worthless.
And I know that as someone who regularly uses Parsec, and there are people that organize Parsec tournaments and things, there's something here. It's not a complete wash. There's something there, but it needs to be perfect. It needs to be completely perfect. Which is why I don't think this is going to go away completely.
You know what my favorite version of this by far is Diablo 3. Got to be online. Also, there isn't a single server in the entirety of Canada. So you're connecting to New York at best. 300 milliseconds of fucking lag on every single fucking action forever. Just can't play it offline. Woo.
Yeah.
Get the little taste of what it means to live in Australia.
Oh yeah, God bless fucking racist netcode. God bless, the prejudice blitz netcode. But Parsec working means that there is something. Whether or not these services know what to do or how to do it, there is something, and it'll come back around again, but Amazon and Google might not be the ones to do it, despite their investments. You got to hold the controller at least once, though, just to know. Anyways, Luna launched, and there you go.
Did it?
I need one of those little like party things. They're like, yep. How's Stadiafan doing? Anyone check in?
They died. They're dead. They died.
Anyone check in on Stadiafan?
No, they're dead.
What about Reddit/Stadia?
Well, they found a belt. And they heard about another way they could
a new game.
Yeah, a new game.
A new streaming game has just come out.
Yeah, they heard that if they did it real good, they could play in the clouds.
Damn. That game must be amazing.
Must be a really good game.
Holy shit, that game must be the best. Shoutouts to Googling the word Stadians, and the number one result is still "We might be in trouble, Stadians." That's awesome.
It's so fucked up because all these cloud gaming things, all they need to do, literally, is be like, "This is I'm playing from here. This is the server in such and such on consumer grade cable." And they hit the jump button and the character jumps, and that gets confirmed by an outside source to not be bullshit. That's all they need to do.
Shut up. Breaking news. #1 top post on the Stadia subreddit. Markiplier is defending Stadia on his new Distractable episode. Everybody's happy.
Yay. Yay.
All caps. All right, look, we got a damn, dude, they're alive and kicking and coping.
At least a couple of them are. At least a few.
And not one post on this front page is talking about the Luna. That's crazy. Is there a different Luna community that's actually like, fuck these guys?
No. No.
Hold on.
The Luna community is made up entirely of those fucking weirdos that listen to the Jeffrey Bezos song on loop.
There's no... Oh, wait. r/Luna Cloud Gaming. Okay. Here we go. Not as active. Not as active.
Oh,
but
yeah?
Yeah,
Oh,
they're in there. DualShock 4 won't work on Mac Luna.
Yeah, right there. Yeah.
Account type not supported. PS4, L1, and L2 seem to not work for me in DMC5. Windows app not working. PS4 controller recognized but unresponsive. Dudes, they're in here. They're here. They're talking about it.
Oh,
I found it.
Good. You did it. You found it. You did it.
Was thinking about canceling my sub, but now I think I'll keep it. If they do 4K, will the price remain the same? I mean, like, I feel like an archaeologist, dude. Like, it's here. How long before I get booted out of a game for inactivity? All right. Here, come on. Let's podcast.
Back to podcasting. Hey, the Steam Deck came out.
Steam Deck came out. Gaben did the drops.
Apparently, it's good. Apparently, people are very happy with it.
All I care about is how it runs games when you plug in a stick and a monitor and leave it on a desk. And
Probably pretty well.
And just treat it like a fucking box that'll, be a portable setup.
I hear that you can fucking pirate the shit out of Nintendo games on this thing.
How's the D-pad? How's the stick?
The stick had drift issues, but that was a bug, not
software.
Actual issue with the yeah, it was not a hardware issue; it was a bug.
Okay.
Just weird.
And because then the other question is like, is the D-pad made up of an actual cross or is it
I don't know.
Is it 4 buttons? Because yeah, that feel matters.
Oh, somebody going through that Luna thread says that somebody in that thread says they got kicked out of the game watching cutscenes in Yakuza. Because of course they would. Those things are fucking long.
I mean, look, man, immediately underneath that is Xbox One controller issues.
Oh, yeah, good.
So, I don't know. A little confused. Can someone explain to me how Amazon has their name on 2 games that have been released in the last 6 months, but neither are on their gaming platform?
Because...
I mean, they say Stadia is dying, which it probably is, but Amazon isn't even releasing their own games on their platform. Shows how much they care.
Both of those are MMOs, which are already a latency-sensitive genre. I cannot even imagine how much of a mess cloud streaming an MMO would be.
Someone in the chat asks, what the fuck is Luna? Literally, don't worry about it.
It'll go away in 18 months.
Your life is currently better.
Don't worry about it.
Anyways.
Also, you know what? There was a long-time watcher of our stuff that contacted me like a year ago and said they had their hands on a Luna controller. Apparently, it is like the worst piece of shit ever.
That does ring a bell now because they do, like I said, they had closed invite only since 2020. Yeah.
Apparently, it was like astonishingly bad, like worse than the Ouya.
I have
to me holds the top record.
I have I have a 400 meg download speed, 16 meg upload speed on a 5G network. Tried to play Judgment, but it was essentially unplayable as it kept freezing every half second, along with leaving a terrible frame rate. Turned the video quality down to 720p and it was still bad. Any tips to improve connection?
Stop.
Well, anyway.
Oh no.
Anyway.
Apparently, oh no, I just found out that apparently when the Luna got announced, I did the exact same thing about the Ubisoft bundle that I did just 10 minutes
Yeah,
ago.
you did.
Oh no.
Totally.
Oh. I'm like a human Skinner box. Input in, output out.
Yeah, we've actually talked about that too. And about how it's all predictable. Yeah, half of this Luna Reddit seems to be support.
Oh, good.
It's just half tech support.
Oh, goody. What a good sign.
Okay, hold on. Today was my only day off all week, so I got up bright and early at 9 and started playing Odyssey, which I've been playing for the first time and really enjoying. I played until about 3-4 when the server crashed and I had gone from 26 to 34 and had done a ton of fucking quests, and now I'm on the grindy ass part of the game where I'm trying to gear up and level to 45 so I can kill Medusa and the lion to get the artifacts. After waiting all day, finally at midnight, I'm finally able to log in, and it gives me this message that says that the cloud saves might be fucked up, and lo and behold, my last save is from level 26 despite numerous manual saves along the way. I want to cry. Has anyone else lost hours of saves and paid material?
Oh.
The $10 worth of Helix credits and gear and weapons I bought too, fucking just gone. I'm livid, fucking livid. Fuck Amazon, don't support their shitty company, their shitty gaming services. You can get these Ubis on NVIDIA GeForce, then won't worry about their shitty tiny catalog. Can't even, world's richest company can't keep up with my fucking goddamn Assassin's Creed save. He purchased actual money.
And then probably like consumable items or like a look or for his character or a new fancy horse or whatever the fuck.
And the cloud save blew it up.
Ooh,
and that's gone.
That's a legal problem.
Damn. Hold on a minute now.
That's taking money out of your pocket.
Okay, so the question then, like, I'm just thinking about this in a service approach. Like, if you do not have a button in your history somewhere to re-redeem something to make sure that it activates, and if it's already activated, then it would not repeat itself.
Well,
but
the fucking let's say it's Assassin's Creed Odyssey, right? It doesn't need that fucking button because those purchases are actually not in the game. They get transplanted out to the account level for Sony, Microsoft, Steam, whatever,
yes.
And those are rock solid for this. So the game doesn't have to worry about that, but because it's being clouded out,
yep.
And it's being attached to the save file instead of a central anything.
Well, because the game itself is running on the yeah.
But the game doesn't have anything for it because it was designed for the other platforms. Where this is like a compliance failure for something that might not have compliance.
Well, compliance only applies to the rules that the hardware manufacturer decide themselves.
But if this got through, this means that there's no fucking compliance because there's no standard.
Okay, this is where we'd have a meeting and sit down and go, okay, guys, how do we tackle this bug? But anything system service level like that. Yeah, so here's what it is. Here's what it is.
Oh, man.
You have to have a history button, kind of like with your 360 when you would go back to your list of purchases.
PlayStation has the same thing. It's your library. Everything in your library is just there.
And you have to be able to re-access it, reproc it, whatever it is. And if it's a one-time purchase that gives you 200 stupid fuck coins, then you need to make sure that, like, if you lose a save that enabled that, even if it was a one-time purchase that can be repeated, you don't let a corrupted cloud save fuck you over of microtransactions. Because exactly, that could be legal. That could be an absolute legal issue if your shit's taken away from you. What if you spent way more than that? What if it's a huge thing? You know? My God, that's a huge issue.
Oh, that's a You know what? You know what I can see? Do you know what I can see right now? I could see a Zoom call, right, between somebody at Ubisoft who would care about this and the Amazon Luna person, right, that is assigned to be their liaison. And I can see, hey, we need to talk about license redemption and player history. And the Luna guy goes, what was that? And then the Ubi guy pulls out a belt and says, I'll be right back if you'll excuse me.
Man. Calm down. It was a catastrophic outrage. People lost real money. People are going to lose their jobs. IT infrastructure isn't easy. Luna's in beta, early access at that.
Oh.
If you're this triggered by an outage like this, maybe you're not really prepared to be part of an early access gaming platform.
Oh, man. Oh.
Hey, maybe $10 is a big deal to OP. He paid for something and he deserves what he paid for.
If you're working minimum wage, it's an hour and 20 minutes.
Holy shit! Reddit Luna, let's go! Stadian's out, Luna in.
Oh.
Damn, dude.
I think there might be more overlap than we thought.
Oh, man. If you're this triggered by an outage, maybe you're not prepared.
You're not ready, man.
Oh, fuck, dude. Wow. The state of it. On day one, lunacy. Absolute lunacy.
Honestly, the Luna thing is just so... It's right there. It's right there. You don't have to work at it. It's just right there.
Just get the gas mask on and just huff it, man. Huff it. Yeah, so it was an AWS shortage, and then like everything affected by whenever Amazon servers go down is possibly going to include shit you've spent a bunch of money on if you're buying a game with tons of micro in it. Man.
Oh my God. You know, I just got reminded. I was checking in on something. Elden Ring's out, and we're playing a lot of that, but if you want to do Souls coverage, fucking Stranger of Paradise is out next Tuesday.
Oh, yeah?
And it's the other side of the Souls fucking coin of, like, you want to fucking fight your ass off in these levels?
Okay. Well, I mean, the only other thing I was going to talk about, besides paying a proper nod to the new Ducati e-road bike.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, yeah. There's a new fancy bike from Ducati. Yeah. Really? What's special about this new Ducati bike?
Well, let's just proper shout outs to Mom over on Twitter. So ends the age of fire. Long live the age of dark. The e-bussy is dead. Long live the X-Bus. There it goes. The e-bussy van.
X-Bus.
The e-bussy van is gone. And now presenting the new Ducati e-road bike, the Fuda. High performance.
limited, only 50 made.
Ready to go the long distance. Challenge climbs with you. Also introducing the Fuda LE for the most serious riders.
Like this, I still think the e-bussy is like will never be topped because like it got announced and the fact that we're not even say e-bussy, which is what the thing's actually clearly supposed to be, your brain just auto targets the different pronunciation and calls it the e-bussy.
Long live the age of dark. Yep.
A single Google search from anyone, from anybody.
I mean, you say that, but I'm just like, nah, someone in the office knew and was snickering to themselves. And they're like, how far is this going to go? Oh, all the way, huh? Okay. Oh, God. E-bussy. We hardly knew ye. And now, the loathsome Futa. All right. Well, good times, folks. I don't know what it is with strange European vehicles and their completely absent-minded naming conventions, but I'm living for it. I'm gonna retweet that shit. Thanks, Mom. And then the last thing I was gonna say was if you're looking forward to Star Wars Eclipse, please look forward to the next 5, 6, who knows? Because the expected release is 2027, possibly 2028.
Why is it so far off?
Well, it seems like there's difficulties hiring staff for the project over at Quantic Dream. Back in December, there was 60 positions open for new hires to work on the game. That has since gone up to 67.
Wait, the amount of new hires demanded has gone up?
That's correct. So, not only has there not seemingly been a single position filled here, but there's, in fact, 7 more. Now, that could just be
some stuff about them like not being able to get their engines to work right with the thing they wanted, and how the game's supposed to have multiplayer, and like not a single person at the company knows how to do anything to do with multiplayer.
I've seen things, and I don't know the how verifiable this is, but that the goal was that this was going to be a long-term project, and that announcing it this early was with the hopes of attracting new talent, but that seemingly backfired and is not working, because otherwise that's a really absurd time frame to announce something ahead of. But again, like who the fuck knows? But it certainly doesn't help when your studio is in the news over a bunch of lawsuits for treating your employees like shit.
Wait, are you talking about the Quantic Dream that actually wanted to get bought after Detroit, but because of all those lawsuits, it hurt their PR so much that they couldn't find any buyers anymore?
Yeah, I'm talking about the Quantic Dream that has been described as currently under years of sexual harassment and toxic workplace culture.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, just that game might as well be canceled right now.
I mean, depending on what you mean by canceled, it might have already have been, considering that following the reports the reported release delay, hashtag Blackout Star Wars Eclipse began trending on Twitter. So, yeah. Hey, Star Wars.
They're not gonna make enough progress, and then Sony's gonna pull the it's not Sony. Disney's gonna pull the license.
Hey, Star Wars. Someone else. Trailer had some stuff in it that could be interesting. Someone else. That 7 to 8 years, like no, not 7 to 8 years, rather 5 years is like, is that not at least like an entire new trilogy plus perhaps 2 or 3 shows?
Depends on the studio.
Like the state of Star Wars 5 years from now is going to be a completely different landscape from wherever it's at. That's batshit insane.
They're gonna completely, utterly fail Milestone 1. And Milestone 1 might fail so badly that they're like, what do you got for us? And the answer is nothing. and then maybe they'll fail Milestone 2 if Disney's that nice, but then they're going to pull it for sure.
Milestone 1, what do you got? A shitting dick and balls with a lightsaber.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I like that.
Cool.
Walt would love it.
Yep. Is that it, David? That's it? That's it. Cool. Can you pass me that belt? I'll be right back. I'll see you guys in 5.
No. The Mickey Mouse one.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you except for just like really like the trailer showed off some Star Wars stuff that could be interesting. It really did. It just, please find another receptacle for those ideas.
It says a lot that it is my opinion, and I'll ask you for yours, obviously, Wooly. But you show off the CG trailer as a hope to get more people hired.
Oh, that's the move. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
To me, that is literally nothing exists of this game.
In terms of builds,
yeah,
perhaps,
like
yeah.
There's probably some pre-production like asset work or something like that, but like
so it's a Disney game, right? It's a fucking Star Wars game. That's a brand that there's no way that there's not already a giant script, a giant GDD, and tons of research into the characters and things that they're thinking about using. But in terms of like booting anything up and playing it, pressing start, fucking 5 years out, I wouldn't expect it.
Probably not even a gray box.
You know? But certainly showing off a trailer, and that's basically like, hey, animators, programmers, Star Wars fans, if you want to be part of this project, you know where to come look. And everyone's like, I could deal with working somewhere where I'm not gonna get this kind of shit happening. You know?
Wait, hold on. You guys seem nice. This is a good salary. Is this is that guy over there the guy who who cried in court? Is that him?
Who him?
Yeah, him. Isn't he that guy I read in the newspaper? He said they don't make games for the homos.
No, that's
no. The court crying.
That's Cavid over there.
Hey, David. Yeah,
no.
why? I was gonna say.
No,
I think it is that guy.
Nope, that's Cavid Dage. Nope, it's not him. I don't know.
I don't know how that guy's career could possibly go after the quote of like, we don't make games for women and slur for gay people. Like
Friends. Yes.
Friends, yeah. Like, wow.
Well, so here's the thing, right? Once Star Wars pulls out, if that happens, I don't know how you bounce back from that. That's a couple of years fucking getting annihilated in one. But that's wishful thinking at the same time. I don't know if it's actually going to hit that point. But it's not looking good, folks. So please look forward to the continued updates as somebody keeps an eye on the Eclipse. Let's take some letters.
Hey, if you want to send in a letter, send it into castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. David Cage is the third D of D&D. That's really funny. That's really good. And those guys just ruined everything for themselves possible. What? What are you losing it? I see you losing it. What are you losing it for?
Because my brain is trying to think of the floating QTE button prompts around as the belt is hooked up. Because you have to balance staying conscious while keeping the rhythm up. So it's a multi-prompt challenge. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, you have to hold both triggers and then hit triangle to choke and circle to jerk while balancing the controller.
And the gyro must stay balanced. Otherwise you black out, because so you have to keep that part steady. It's rough, but the vibration continues to increase in intensity. Yeah. castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. We got one coming in from Remurai. How you doing?
Hey man, what's up?
Dear Wooly, Pat, and Bob the Invisible Monster, when I was a wee lad, my sisters and I would play games on floppy disk on my dad's computer. They're mostly forgettable distractions, and I remember this one isometric game where you searched a field of cubes for your friend while big spiders or maybe ants were trying to kill you. That's a vague description because that's all I remembered. No name, no company, no year, just a simple game I thought I would never see or play again. Much later, I realized the game was Ant Attack, released way before I was born. Are there any games from your childhood that you can vaguely recall or may doubt ever existed at all?
Ooh.
I feel like we answered something similar to this, but maybe I'm just having fake deja vu. But I have one because I think I remember bringing this up on the podcast before, and people did have an answer for me. But there was a game that I played back in those days where we had the floppy disks and the installs and shit. And there was that big old box of Alone in the Dark with the 30 disks or whatever the fuck it was. But one game that was already installed on the 386 that we got was... Wait, was it a 386? No, it was the Pentium. Like, there was a game that was already installed on the Pentium we got. And it was a Alone in the Dark style tank control game. But you were playing as a little girl, and you had a little brother, and you were stuck in rainy-ass gray London, or somewhere in Europe. I think it was London, though. And there were, like, mean, creepy adults out that you had to, like, run from. And I think some monsters as well. But I, for the love, can't remember what the fuck game that was.
I don't know about games that, like, I can't remember well enough to think that I can't, might not exist, but I can think of one game that I adored and to this day have never been able to find a human being in my personal life who has even heard of it. And that is Little Big Adventure 2 Twinson's Odyssey. A game that I spent tons of time with and is a fucking classic, and just like I can look up videos, like other people have played it, but like every time I mention that game I just get completely blank fucking stares. And that game rules.
Now, I saw someone said City of Lost Children, and I'm looking at it, and this looks... Okay, no. So there's something more live action-y that's called City of Lost Children, and that's not it. But Lost Children, 1990... Wait, no, that is it. Okay, never mind. No, the promotional shit was all just live. Okay. Yes, City of Lost Children, 1997. Yep, that's the one. That's the one. It was also a film. That's why. Okay, there we go. Yeah, little girl, black hair, red dress. There you go. I mean, there were a couple of games like that, but I did kind of like figure them out.
Yeah, working with you for so fucking
later
long,
on, exactly.
Right.
Laura Bao, you know, one of the point and clicks from back in the day when there was like back when like that was installed, and a bunch of police quest games, Leisure Suit Larry and shit. Like,
any of you kids remember the fucking CG RPG game called Lands of Lore? There's a bunch of CG trailers for that fucking thing on a bunch of game discs. Played it for 5 minutes.
Christ. And then there's a bunch of like implanted memories, I want to call them, because it's like not games that I've played, but games that I saw tons of ads for in GamePro magazine or EGM. I used to see ads for fucking Criticom and Claymates, and High Seas Havoc. It was
man. Weird. So Eye of the Beholder 2 is like one of my favorite childhood games. I absolutely am madly in love with that game, and like, it's obviously very old, and it makes me so fucking upset because when I go to play it on GOG, it doesn't just like fuck up my video settings through DOSBox. It turns my television off.
Oh my god.
So I don't know what the fuck it is doing.
Jesus Christ.
But it doesn't want to do it.
Wow. Thanks, Rem. Got another one here. Coming in from Scriv, who says, "Dear Willie and Pat, Scrivener here. Slight correction on battle passes. A chunk of episodes ago, Pat mentioned on the podcast that Fortnite had a great battle pass system, adding that it created it. I just wanted to call in and correct that it was actually Valve, specifically Dota 2, that had the first battle pass system in 2013. Fortnite adopted the system years later, along with many other gas games." Well, Fortnite adopting a system is not surprising. So this got me wondering if there's any mechanics or systems that originated with a game that you really like, but the more well-known game is often misattributed to having created it. There's
Street Fighter 1 invented special moves in fighting games, but good luck trying to tell somebody that because Street Fighter 1 fucking sucks ass.
Yeah, and I've never played it, but I think the one that my brain goes to is Gears of War invented cover shooting, and it's like, no,
it was Kill Switch.
Kill Switch did.
Hey, wow, I can battle monsters against each other. So glad that Pokemon invented this. No, says Shin Megami Tensei 1 back in like fucking 89.
Dude, I will always remember seeing the first ads for Pokemon and immediately thinking it was just a new branding for Monster in My Pocket.
Oh, weird. That's super bizarre.
But it's like Pocket Monsters, and there was an established brand of toys called Monster in My Pocket. And the idea of that thing was just immediately like, oh, it's a new thing that they're re-releasing or rebranding or whatever, you know? And then it turned out to fucking couldn't be further from the truth. But that's instantly what I thought I was reading, you know? Yeah. And let's take one over here from Temporal Dingo, who says, Dear insert meta reference here. Fun fact: back in the 1940s, the U.S. Air Force designed many cockpits based on the average height and weight of their pilots. They soon noticed an increase in accidents, at one point seeing 17 crashes occur in a single day. The Air Force then thought their planes were becoming too complex for the pilots, until an internal study of more than 4,000 pilots found that not a single one matched the dimensions of the cockpits in their gear. The Air Force is an example of lack of empathy in design, failed to take into consideration that the average design is not what you're looking for when creating games and gear for people who require more tailored design. With that said, are there any examples you can think of where a lack of empathy in game design led to problems with software or hardware? Two come to mind.
The number one thing that I can think of is every single fucking game developer that read Psychology 101 and discovered what operant conditioning is and classical conditioning is said, hey, I can make players do what I want if I condition to do this thing, and then didn't read like the second page of that shit where if you condition people to certain behaviors, it makes them anxious, and it makes dogs bite their handlers. It makes them fucking freak out. And it's like, oh, psychologically manipulating people makes them into fucking assholes. I wonder why, like, these games, like League of Legends, create just the most toxic motherfucking assholes to ever exist.
Yeah, but
and yes, I know I said this already, but this is appropriate to the topic.
Step one, get them to do what you want. Okay, cool. Done. Never mind step two. What happens? I think lack of empathy in design shows up in hardware whenever the game forces you to do the claw. Whenever a game requires you to continue to manipulate the stick while pressing the D-pad, while continuing to press buttons on the other side of the controller as well.
Like, the left analog stick used the D-pad and the stick at the same time is a crime.
It's just like, if you want,
I say as I use it constantly in Elden Ring.
Exactly. And it's fucking that is not empathetic. That is cruel and unusual. Don't require claw moments in your games. Use layering, you know? I mean, we talked about this when we were originally discussing some of the stuff that Hitchhiker was doing with, like, when we were talking about how to layer DMC styles over buttons and have like basically a toggle that creates a layer on the controller. They're already kind of doing it with the D-pad, but the fact that you have to have these moments of clawing sucks. And the furthest version of that damage comes into play when you go to games like Kid Icarus Uprising, where the game requires you to play the stick on your left hand and stylus on your right hand. That's damage. Any game requiring that, plus like massive dexterous quick responsiveness, and you can only really clamp down the 3DS with your trigger finger, your R button, or your L button rather, like, fuck off. That's hostile.
Use your pinky to hold the weight of the 3DS. Yeah, it's only 400 grams, but guess what? Your pinky is not made for that.
Also, you're going to need a buff pinky with all the wrist damage you're going to take from the stylus.
I just thought of it, talking about the 3DS. Well, you talk about the 3DS. The number one least empathetic design of all time. Hey, Wooly, I've got my phone right here. Let's say I was playing something on my phone. What would I do? I would put my index, middle, and ring fingers on the back of the phone and cradle it with my pinky and kind of push in on the sides with my palm. Mm-hmm. And thus I would use my thumbs and maybe the index fingers to do that. Oh, that's a good way to hold it. Unless you're playing a game on the Vita that has the use of that fucking stupid back touchpad. Where they want you to curl your fucking fingers on the corner like a freak. I mean, every time I fucking pick the thing up, I hit a goddamn button.
I get it that, like, we're trying to find a way to work more buttons onto the 14-button standard layout. And I felt the exact same when you get the Elite with the back nubs. Remember that? right? You put in the back nubs, and I'm like, fuck this. I'm gonna accidentally hit these buttons forever. I'm still currently struggling with the crouch button dismounting me from torrent when I don't want it to happen.
Oh yeah, I use the Elite controller back buttons all the time. I love it.
I grip the controller
but you can take them off, right? It's fine.
Exactly. So the Elite became no problem because you took off those buttons. Yeah. I wish I could put fucking crouch on the touchpad somewhere, but unfortunately, it doesn't have that level of.
No, just don't mash the button.
Well, I know, but
relax.
The problem is that this is not the first game. This is a constant thing for the.
Relax.
Well, it's been years now.
Paige does the same thing. I look at her running around on torrent, and she goes to move the camera or move the character, and she clicks on the stick, and she dismounts from torrent. I'm like, just don't do it.
We all have different hands, man. Like my hands.
No, it's not your hand. It's your brain.
It's honestly like it's a thing that happens even when I'm not gripping that hard. It's just pushing the stick in certain directions. It goes a bit more hard than others sometimes, and perhaps don't
press the button.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's there.
I know what to tell you, and it's just don't press the button.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Look, I'll pick up this controller right now. Look, I got my hand. This is an audio podcast. Most of you, I'm spinning the control. Oh my god! Look, I'm not clicking it. Wow.
Yep.
Ooh.
Damn.
Great.
I should have tried that. I didn't think of not doing it. I should have tried just not doing it.
This reminds me of an interaction between some guy and one of the Doom Eternal developers when they added the LB button shoots the ice grenade in Doom Eternal, and somebody said, "Hey, is there a way to disable this? I don't want to use this." And they responded with, "You are in control of the buttons that you push. Just don't push it. Just don't do it."
Yep. Okay. I feel like maybe somewhere in there, like making sure that I could consistently get a Guile super input out with the down back down forward down back up forward kind of thing requires a level of precision, accuracy, and force.
You don't need force. You just do it like this. Boop, boop, boop.
Yeah, but you're gonna find yourself dropping those more often if your inputs are not clean. And
yeah, well, force doesn't make clean inputs.
Well, it does help over the years. I mean, I've been doing this for quite a while. But regardless, a consistent issue I have is unintentional L3 clicks. And yeah, okay, cool. So by the way,
controller too hard.
No problem. No problem. So your entire series called Mind Goblins, just stop. Every single one of those things, just don't do them.
Okay, two things. One, yes, that is actually a theory. Like, unironically, literally, that is exactly what that series actually is.
Mm.
And two, this isn't a mental trap. This is just calm down. Don't hit the button.
Yeah, I've tried. I legitimately would just. I wish the touchpad, for all the space it takes up, would allow for more precise placement of usage.
It reminds me back when Paige was streaming Bloodborne a couple years ago, and when she beat Ludwig, she gripped the controller so hard she fucked up her wrists for 3 weeks.
Okay, well that is not what's happening.
Well, she's made out of paper. Remember, you have to remember she's made out of paper. So you might have been gripping at the same intensity, but your bones didn't just fly apart, right? But just instead of.
But it's not the grip so much. It's what's happening is the thumbstick is. It's when I'm pressing it in certain moments and I lean it back in one direction or I switch back to another. It's not like it's a whole.
It's literally fighting gaming it.
It's in that moment I'm switching directions to one to the other, and it clicks in when I switch directions. That's what's happening.
No, that is actually fighting game. Your earlier thing about the Guile super.
Yeah.
That is legitimately you using your D-pad muscle memory on that.
I mean, you definitely will result. You'll get more clean inputs. Well, the soft gesture will help with certain kinds of inputs, but some inputs, like, I feel you're rewarded for the harder like the stuff like pretzel motions and shit. You kind of just need to slam it aggressively for the accuracy. You need
No
to
matter
trace
how hard I slammed it, I was never able to do it twice in a row. That fucking
Yeah.
motion is the worst.
No, shit like that and shit like Guile, you need to kind of rely on the force of the edge of the limit of the input so that you always trace it, you know?
Hey, you want an absolute fucking opposite version of this? So I stopped streaming Elden Ring on Friday, and I was like, oh, I should do my fucking FF14 dailies. Okay, cool. So I start playing, just doing an EX roulette, and I fucking get to a boss, like in the first dungeon, and I fucking start sprinting towards him because I clicked R3 to lock onto him.
Yeah.
And then I went to jump and selected something because the jump buttons are different.
So, you know, I feel that, like, the touch surface is criminally underutilized. And I'll even say this too, as someone who has been getting used to playing the DualSense with fighting games, some games I play on stick, some games I play pad. When you're going to training mode and you're doing, again, sharp inputs on a dime, the ability for your thumb to hit the DualShock 4 touchpad was pretty low because it was, you know, smaller. But now that DualSense, my thumb by default is touching it, right? My thumbs are big enough that the tip of my thumb touches the pad automatically, normal.
Yeah.
So when I do a quick double quarter circle, I accidentally reset the training location, you know? So that the other thing I have to do is immediately turn the touchpad off and make it so that something else is reset training.
Let me ask you, when you're holding this,
yeah,
for me, it's the crease of the first knuckle of the thumb that is on the edge of the controller, right? For you, where is it?
The joint of the thumb.
Okay, the same spot, but your thumb is like twice as long as mine.
It's very long, and it's also very hard and calloused from years of fighting game playing input. So when I rest the joint on the,
and you rest it in like a little curve, right?
In a little curve.
It's not straight out.
Yep, and it's usually right in the middle or just below of the D-pad, right? And it's
that touchpad shit actually seems way worse than the L3 thing.
Yeah, well, because the thing is, the beauty of that, right? And this is how I've trying to teach people, like, how to get quarter circles out if they're not playing on a stick, if they're playing on a D-pad, for example, is something like where you go, hold on a minute, are you trying to do a quarter circle using the top of your thumb and then tracing that out on the D-pad? That's why you're having a hard time. If
you gotta use
the ball. If you use the joint, and then you simply twitch from down to forward, and the input's completed, right? And when you need to do it quickly, that's the fastest way. So that just becomes instinctual. But this touchpad increasing to be right outside the D-pad range means only in training mode, because in regular matches it doesn't do anything. But that's an option that needs to turn off right away. So
I'm just thinking of, like, do you remember me coming over and playing Xbox Third Strike, and you looked at me like I was a fucking freak because I was playing with the analog stick?
Yeah. You know, it's fucking weird.
Certain inputs are way easier with the analog stick on that 360.
720s, you know, there are pad players that would. There's a pad player named Bevangeef who just, like, drop to the stick for that one move and then go back to the D-pad. It just made sense.
Easier.
You know. But that's it. Plus the controller itself, also the DualSense touchpad is actually more sensitive than the DualShock 4, you know. I've noticed that, yeah. It's made to recognize, like, much lighter inputs as well. So all of this leads to some unintended inputs. Yeah, there you go. Big old answer to the question. All right.
All right, time to get back to Elden Ring.
That's 4 hours. We're out.
Bye.